Greetings and salutations. Welcome to the Bear and the Moon Tavern. I know that this intro is a little unconventional compared to our usual. I'd like to apologize. Our video is a few days late compared to when we normally do. We had a slew of technical issues, but being that this is a new hobby, I ask for your understanding. We had gotten together and filmed an entire 6-hour episode, and when we finished, we realized that the first 30 minutes were on a corrupted file. And so what I'm going to do today is I've sat down and I'm going to edit this into the beginning of that video to explain and narrate through the first 30 minutes of what happened in that session. So go ahead, take a seat, grab a warm drink, warm your bones by the fire, and enjoy this, the second episode of The Bear and the Moon Tavern presents Thronescapes Season 1, Captives and Crowns. Okay, welcome back. So, once again, I am your DM, John, and for this episode, I was joined by my player Rose, who plays Kalianna. Unfortunately, Christina, who plays Opal, wasn't able to join us for this session. She had failed a Constitution saving throw against a disease, and she was out sick. But she should be back when we record our next episode. And we went ahead and proceeded. So, I have the Roll20 pulled up, and you should be able to see the Roll20, and I'm just going to narrate a little bit about what happened during this session. So, for this session, it had started, the players had found themselves locked inside this great dungeon, and inside of it, they were locked to walls. And they did not know where they were, who put them there, how to get out. And so, here we go, I'm on the wrong map, I'm sorry. And so, after exploring the areas around them, they had ended up in a battle. A glyph of confusion, an arcane trap, went off and affected Opal, who started screaming that she was a tactical assault giraffe, a creature that our heroes had never heard of. Okay, so she was tactical assault giraffe, a creature that no one in the party had understood, but she charged full force, Opal did, into the wall, at which point she lost consciousness. Caius and Kalianna decided to continue on after putting her in a room to keep safe and taking all the treasure and loot that they found and started stacking her in this room as they adventured through the rest of the dungeon. Caius came out here to look around, and while he did, Kalianna, curious nature that she has, scrolls inside and looks in this room. In this room, she saw that there was a raised dais with a stairwell leading up to it. It was burning 2 black candles. and the two black candles were on either side of an open book in a language she didn't speak. She investigated the dais, and rolling high enough, she found that there was a secret drawer, and inside this secret drawer there was this wicked curved dagger. She immediately picked it up, and when she did, she felt compelled after losing a charisma saving throw. But when she picked up the dagger, on either side of this arcane circle in the middle, two raised pillars rose out of the floor, and on the pillars were two open and unlocked chests filled with very much treasure. So Kalianna went to the chest on the top here had 2 bottles and a stick, and the chest on the bottom had many coins and gems. So Kalianna went and took the 2 bottles and a stick out of this north chest, placed it in the bottom chest, and then she picked up this bottom chest, at which point the red glyph on the ground started to glow. And she went to leave the room, and as she did, the dagger forced her to make a charisma saving throw, which she failed, and she dropped the treasure. The door out closed, and she went over here and felt the best thing to do was to donate some blood to this circle that she identified as a conjuration circle of some sort. When she did, these great howling winds started to spin up and out of the circle, and an inhuman howl started to reverberate through the room before summoning this beast. It has black and red eyes and a jaw almost like a lamprey, except it actually chomps. It had a thick, throaty sac that was filled with air and created a constant croak and howl, much like the howler monkeys you would hear at the zoo. It stood on 4 feet, and it was bigger than a horse. Its tail ended in a sharp forked spike, and its entire spine was lined with these spikes that you see here. And this creature just sat and eyed Kalianna. Kalianna immediately decided the best thing to do was run, at which point the creature decided to attack. After proving its mighty bite and releasing a howl that threatened fear, her and Caius were able to pry open the door and lock this creature in the room. After that, her and Caius had ventured together. Caius said that since Opal was passed out, it was time to bring out the big guns. He went over to this dais of water, at which point he used his cantrip, Shape Water, to form the waters around and into the shape of his signature weapon, a double-bladed scimitar, and he froze it into place, giving him something to be able to use in this dungeon. The two proceeded to unlock, Kalianna unlocked the doors as best as she could, moving around. And inside each of these cells, these prison cells, was a single cot with either 1 or 2 cots and a patch of red moss. That red moss that had been in every one of these rooms. The only exception to that was in this room. In this room here, Kalianna had entered, and she found that it had a single cot. It had red moss, but it also had a great pile of trash. And as she entered in and she looked up, there was a giant spider. She immediately panicked and launched a bolt of fire at this creature, at this giant spider that was hanging from the ceiling. And when she did, it went up in flames, and she realized that it was long dead. The flaming spider hit the ground. She pushed it off to the side of her and got out of the room, at which point all of the trash and all of the mess on the floor caught fire, and the hallway started to fill with smoke. Her and Caius rushed to the water to get and bring some water over to put the fires out, but the entire hallway was lightly obscured at that point, the smoke stinging their eyes. They came up here. They were presented with a fork in the pathway. They decided to go downwards. She unlocked doors. She found more rooms with red moss, until she got to this area here. And from that point, our episode was actually the recording was able to continue. So I'm going to splice this in at the end of this. I appreciate everyone's patience listening to this. And as we grow as a channel and as we learn and we get better at what we're doing, as with any skill, it takes starting and then you learn as you continue forth. And that's what we're doing. To anyone who watches this, I appreciate your patronage. If you like the story and you want to see what happens with Caius, Kalianna, Opal, and the slew of other guests and NPCs that they're slated to introduce and meet, I encourage you to give us a like and a subscribe as we continue our ongoing boss battle against the YouTube algorithm. And until then, thanks for everything, and I will see you later. On to the episode.
I should get the knocking unplugged my thing. Alright. Make an investigation check. Investigation is a 20.
As you're looking around this and you're trying to get a feel for what's going on, your eyes are drawn on Kalianna, who always looks up and looks down at her feet, and you can see a divot in the ground that is roughly coin-shaped.
What kind of coin? Like a normal coin?
A gold coin.
There's like a gold coin in there.
Where you get it from?
Oh crap, that is right. That's Caius' bag.
You're gonna run.
I don't want to take it. That's why I didn't do it. I don't want to take his bag. Dang it. I go back to the cell. There's that box has gold coins in it, right?
You're gonna go all the way back to the cell and come back?
I'm not. I don't want to take from Caius. He would lord that over me forever. Yeah, he would never let that go. I'm gonna go take a gold coin, unlock the door, and come back because he would never let that go.
So as you come around to the fork, you can see that he's standing there at the fork waiting for you. When he sees the weapon, he says, "I don't believe that belongs to you."
No, it's yours, and I'll toss him his stuff.
He gladly takes it.
And
the water melts.
I am borrowing your thieves' tools, if that's okay, because the frozen one's broke again.
Right. You go and you get a gold coin, and you come back and...
Yep, I walk over back. I don't even explain nothing. I just go with the gold coin, toss it up in the air, catch it, and keep walking back to the door to see if we can stick it in there.
You stick the coin in the slot. When you do, that metal face, the carved demonic face, starts to melt, drip by drip, like wax from a candle, before the entire thing turns into a liquid and just slogs onto the floor over that slot. And it starts bubbling. And as it starts bubbling, a door opens in that wall where the face was.
Let's go in the creepy demonic door.
Inside this room, you see that there is a narrow edge that runs along the walls of this Nevada shape. Is it, a trapezoid? I think it's a trapezoid.
Rhombus or a trapezoid, but I think it's a trapezoid.
Nevada-shaped room. A square and a triangle put together. God, it's so bad. do the math for this room, but I don't know the name of it. But a narrow ledge runs along all the walls except one. On the western wall, where the door was that you entered in, there's a large tapestry, and on it there is a lot of figures. The rest of this room, it seems like it's the remnants. There are broken vials and jars, dried up potions and powders inside of them. This looks like this once served as an alchemist lab in an age of forgotten.
You said there's a tapestry on the wall with figures.
There is a tapestry.
Can I discern anything from the tapestry?
Make me a. Let's call it a history check.
I'm going to use a PT dice on this. Oh, it's a PT dice. It's a D8 right now. So let's see. D8 is a 21. Wow, it goes up a size again.
You rolled a 1, so it goes up a size.
So now it's a D10.
Yep.
I'll take it.
Best feat in the game.
Wow, I'll say that's pretty awesome. Let me make a note of that.
So, inside of this, you can see that the tapestry looks much like the room you were in. On the top of the tapestry, you can see that angelic individual with the glaive extended out. And at the bottom, you can see that demonic woman, that devil woman, with her hand reaching towards the glaive. And where those two would meet, there are two keys standing on top of each other. One key on top, one key on bottom. To the left, there are 4 humanoid figures, and to the right, there are 4 humanoid figures. On the left, you see a man with red skin and horns, a forked tail, and wings and goat hooves, holding the hand of what looks like a flaming chicken, holding the hand of what looks like an old man with a beard and a blue hat with stars and moons on it, and matching blue robes with stars and moons on it. And that person is holding the hand of what is very clearly a traditional elf wearing traditional elf armor. And that elf is holding the bottom key. On the right side, you can see what looks like an armored individual with 2 bird-like wings, holding the hands of a very finely dressed woman who's standing amongst bags of money and gold, while holding the hands of a bald individual surrounded by flying crystals with purple energy working off of his head, holding the hand of what looks like a normal human woman, a commoner, a tavern wench maybe, but she's dressed in a blouse, a skirt, an apron. She has a little shawl over her head, and she is holding on to the top key. With your high history check, you figure that on the left side, it is a devil holding the hand of a phoenix, holding the hand of a mage, holding the hand of an elf. And on the right side, you figure that it is an angel holding the hand of a noble, holding the hand of a psionic, holding the hand of a human, holding on to the key. Does that all make sense?
That makes sense. I just think it's funny that the devil's the one holding the hands with the elf.
Well, the devil's holding the phoenix. The phoenix is holding the wizard, and the wizard is holding the elf.
Still. It goes hand in hand. Get it? I'm done. I leave the room. I make note of that and I leave. I'm done. I entertain myself. Everyone's gonna look crazy in here.
You walk out of the room, When you exit the room, the door slams open, or slams shut, upwards. And when it does, that bubbling liquid on the ground slithers back up to the top of the door, and it forms into your face. And in your mouth is a great blackness.
That's very ominous and suspicious. We're going to ignore that for now and try to find these keys to get out of here, apparently. Everyone worked together to make this place to get in order to get out. Apparently there's keys. I'm glad you said Phoenix. I was thinking cockatrice, so at least there's that. And I really hope there's not a cockatrice in here. I mean, that's gonna suck. I mean, a Phoenix is worse, but I mean, I was really gonna hate fighting a cockatrice. At level 2 with none of my gear, it's gonna be a very, very rough fight. Let's boogie.
All right, to save a little bit of screen time, go ahead and roll me 4 sleight of hand checks, because you're going to encounter 4 doors on the next hallway.
Can I reattempt the 2? The first and the last one?
Yep.
Apparently I don't get one of them. I don't get the first door, but I got the other ones.
So coming around the hallway with Caius, you come up to this door. You cannot open it no matter how you try, and you almost break Caius's thieves' tools. You can hear the sound of silent judging. Maybe you should go back to the ice.
If I could play that trick, I would.
You open this door down here. Inside is a single bed with a single drawer and a single patch of red moss. Over here, there are 2 beds with 2 drawers and 2 patches of red moss.
I'm gonna go look in the drawers.
There is nothing in those drawers.
Oh man, we didn't get a dresser in our room.
Coming up to this door, you got a 22 on this one to open the door, and inside you see stuff.
Stuff! I love stuff! Oh, that's very creepy looking stuff.
So this floor is covered in square tiles that alternate white and black, and jagged steel blades project from the cracks in the north wall and in the east wall. Inside, you can see the corpses of 3 individuals. They are chained to the walls, one by their feet, dangling upside down, one by its hands on the western wall, and then one in the corner above a bucket of foulness.
Does this look like a chessboard?
It looks something like a chessboard.
Caius, you wouldn't happen to have chess pieces, right?
And as you say this, when this door opens, you start to hear a roar coming from further up the hallway. A massive beast roaring out. If there was any stones on the floor, they would start to shake. But this dungeon is, you notice, remarkably clean. There's no spider webs. There's no trash other than that one room.
I'm going to investigate the room.
There's a roaring sound coming from further up.
Yeah, I go that way.
What?
I go that way towards the giant roaring sound. That sounds more interesting. I don't have chess pieces. I don't even think my character wouldn't even know how to play chess.
So there's a door right here.
Let's do that one.
Or are you going to go straight to the roar?
Now open doors along the way.
Make a check.
I'm not that anxious for death. 17.
Inside this one, you see one large patch of red moss and 4 cots. As you exit, a gleam of light catches your eye from this wall over here. And you can see that there is a crack in it, and beyond the crack, something shiny, sort of reflect.
You don't have to tell me twice. I'm gonna go look at that.
Make an investigation check.
PT dice is a D10. That is a, wow, 23.
So that's a 10 on the PT dice, so it shrinks a size, but you get a 23. There is a chamber beyond this wall. If you were to put sufficient force into it, you could probably crumble this wall with no sort of with no issues, especially as strong as you are.
Let's try it.
Make your athletics check.
I have 6.
Boom! Nothing happens.
Can I try again or no?
Yes, you can.
11.
Boom! Nothing happens. You jar your shoulder. Are you having fun, Kalianna?
No, and I'm gonna try again.
$14. This time you dig in and you charge straight into it. When you do, you break straight through the wall. When you break through the wall, 2 things happen. 1, a guillotine blade slashes down at you and deals 7 points of damage to you, Kalianna. And then the cinematic starts. 1 second while I pull up my text. Here we go. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
As the adventurers step cautiously into the crumbled section of the wall, you find yourself in a cavernous chamber, its stone floor submerged partially under an unnaturally pristine pool of water. The dim light barely penetrates this darkness, casting eerie shadows that dance across the smooth surface, ripples moving with sinister grace. Despite the cleanliness of floor, you notice that glimmers of shining gold coins catch your eye, as there are coins littering the ground of this chamber, these paths, scattered like forgotten treasures in the gloom, strewn haphazardly like breadcrumbs leading deeper into the abyss. It's not the promise of treasure that sends a shiver down your spines, though. It's the sound emanating from the depths. The sound of something churning, echoing from deeper within. A cacophony that reverberates through the cavern. This howl, incredibly loud, echoing off of the walls, reminding you of that beast or something bigger. A low, ominous rumble, a primal roar that reverberates all the way to your bone. It's a sound that speaks of unseen depths and unseen horrors lurking just beyond the veil of darkness. A palpable sense of dread descends upon you like a suffocating fog as the air grows thick with anticipation. Yet, as you start to press forward through the twisted passages that lead into the heart of the chamber, an unsettling realization dawns upon you. You see a subtle distortion in the air, like heat rising from sun-baked stone or the shimmering mirage of a distant oasis. As floating at about chest height, there is a skull, and it slowly starts to turn in your direction and starts moving towards you. A predator, unseen and unstoppable, a nightmare made flesh, or in this case, bone, as this flying skull just starts moving towards you.
There's a demi-lich in here? I'm gonna shoot it.
Go ahead and roll initiative, and then you can, we'll get to that.
Oh, man. Oh, no.
Oh, no, nat 1. So, you go to shoot it, and you are gripped by this fear. A demi-lich, one of the strongest spellcasters in the lands. Oh no. Caius. What?
If you were going to get a warden, I mean, it might as well be an undead spellcaster. I mean...
I was not expecting Caius to go first. I apologize, everyone. Caius will... ready and attack. This thing starts moving towards you, Kalianna. As it reaches you, I need you to make me a... 1 second.
Please be a dex or con save. Please be a dex or con save.
As this thing gets up to you, you realize that it's not a mirage or shimmering heat that you see. It is a wall of jelly with a human skull embedded deep within. As the gelatinous cube makes its attack.
I feel a little bit better about this, but not much. But a little bit better about this.
I need you to make a dex save.
I like dex saves, I think. That is a... Nope, I do not like dex saves. It's an 8. Spoke too sound.
Alright, so this thing restrains you, grapples you, brings you with it as it goes up to Caius, who also has to make a dex save, and you will take 13 acid damage.
Tough break.
Pardon?
So that's a tough break. That hurts.
Caius gets a 25. So... Yep, he will be pushed 5 feet back. So he jumps out of the way, and he will take his held action to make his attack. and he will hit for 20 points of slashing damage. Kalianna, you are inside the cube.
Is it my turn? I thought I rolled a net 1.
Yeah, you rolled a nat 1. Caius' turn.
I thought it was too soon.
You were just stunned by this. Caius is going to action surge, and he's going to attack as much as he can. Yep, so we're going to go ahead and roll his attacks. I think it did one too many. Hold on. Here we go. 21 hits, 11 hits, 9 hits, and a 23 hits. Oh, look at that. The one I rolled was a nat 1. The one too many I rolled was a nat 1. So we've got... $51 more points of damage as Caius action surges and tears into this thing for everything he's worth. That's his action economy. He can't do anything else to help. The cube. Caius has to make a dex save. Caius gets a 20 as this thing tries to engulf him up. It moves up to its speed. Um, 3d6 isn't a engulfed creature cannot breathe, is restrained, and takes 6d6 acid damage at the start of the cube's turns. So, Kalianna.
Yes.
You will take 18 points of acid damage.
Am I unconscious?
At my count, that puts you unconscious.
Yep.
As you feel this burning sensation across your skin, and you go unconscious. Your turn. You make a death saving throw. Let's see what you roll. Of course you do. You wake up with a hit point. A mouthful of jelly immediately. What would you like to do?
Stand up, if I can.
You're restrained inside this cube.
Can I'm restrained, so I can't move either, right?
You can use an action to make a strength check to try to escape.
I will try that, and I'll use my PT dice. So, strength check, just strength or athletics?
Just strength.
Way less fun. Okay, then I will roll a d20. $11.
Are you sure?
That's what the PT dice. I'm just gonna use a bonus action and teleport. I'll try go. No, and I'll just teleport. No. strong.
Well, you're currently unfocused. So you can use a bonus action to gain your psionic focus so you can teleport next time. Unless you have a different ability.
I can spend the PowerPoint to...
Oh, that one. Okay. You have like 8 different teleports. If you don't use names, I can't keep up.
Step a dozen paces. I can teleport without spending a PowerPoint?
It's the focus ability for Nomad Step. It's on your page.
I know, but I was never sure how that worked as much as it's just, it's there. Cool.
When you are focused on Nomad Step, any teleport you do increases by 10 feet, and you can, as a bonus action, teleport 10 feet.
Okay. Then yeah, I need to teleport out now, though.
So you spend PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Go ahead and move yourself accordingly.
It's not an immortal discipline, so I do not get health, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You teleport and hide behind Caius. He's going to continue to tear into this thing the best way he can. He reaches out and hits it with a siphon, and when he does, you gain 7 points of health. He's going to go ahead and spend his 2 droplets to add 2d8 to that. So that'll be another 10 points. As these waters around the ground just start roiling up over your wounds and you can feel them closing. This Caius might have just saved your bacon.
I think he sure did.
But that's his turn. I can't bonus action attack if I don't attack. Then he will have done guided winds for an extra 3. So go ahead and take an extra 3 health. The Q. Kalianna and Caius make dex saves as it tries to bowl over you again.
$17.
13 succeeds. So you both move. You can move your token 5 feet out of the way.
Can I be on the other side of it, or no?
5 feet from where you were.
Yeah, that works.
It then launches out a pseudopod to hit Caius and misses with a 20 as he parries it out of the way. Kalianna.
I'm going to move around. And can I hold a bonus action, switch my focus to Nomad Step? And then I would like to hold an action to attack when Caius is in position.
Okay. Smart choice from the rogue. Caius steps up. Take your swing. With sneak attack.
And advantage. That's a 11.
You know what's even funnier? 11 hits. You do 12 points of damage. This thing has an AC of 8.
Oh, so about 11 hits.
But you do 12 points of piercing damage as you stab into this jelly monster. And Caius comes up and he's going to flip around as he performs the crashing waves of Kalimvor. But he's going to attack with his action and bonus action. At advantage. .24 and a 22 hit for a total of 16 and 16 is 32 points of damage. Its turn. It is surrounded. It's going to punch out at Caius and try to engulf you, Kalianna.
Yeah. Is that a dex save?
It is a dex save. It gets a nat 1 against Caius, and you need to make a dex save.
24.
Make a move your token 5 feet. That's its turn. Kalianna.
I'm gonna move up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I'm going to hold an action to attack when Caius is in range again.
So as you move further into this cave, that roaring gets louder and louder. And you can feel yourself being pulled in that direction deeper towards it. But you hold your action and wait. Caius is going to run on. Make your attack.
Please, please, please. 24 to hit.
How do you want to do this?
I don't. Did you ever see the game Fruit Ninja? Where it's just the slices, like the quick 2 slashes as it dices it really quick. Have you seen that game? That's how. Bite-sized Jello cubes.
You make 4 equal-sized Jello cubes when you slash an X, and when you do, they hit the ground and slowly start melting into this water. The din of battle fades, but the cacophony of noise does not.
Go investigate that roar sound still. Does it sound like it's coming? What direction does it sound like it's coming from?
North.
That is the way I will go.
Stop there. Oop. Trigger another cinematic.
Oh.
As our victorious heroes catch their breath in the aftermath of their harrowing battle, the relief is short-lived. Before you can fully comprehend the surroundings, you find yourself inexorably drawn towards this swirling vortex of water, which seems to be the only path leading out of this accursed prison. The roar is not coming from a monster. The roar is coming from a great, swirling, giant maelstrom that is spitting downwards into some unknown abyss. The water creating the cacophony of roars and that you have been hearing.
Okay.
Well, that looks like a way out if I've ever seen one. There's a break in the wall over here.
I'm gonna look that way where he was talking about then.
So if you move back to see Caius, there's a break in the wall here, and he says, also, there's a corpse over there.
I'll go over there.
Over there you can see a pile of ruined crates and bags filled with long rotted goods, as well as a perfectly clean skeleton. It is remarkably white. Also, southwards you can see the remnants of a great machine, a ship-wide chain laying on the ground. It looks like some sort of wooden elevator platform designed to lower or raise to different floors of this this prison, but it is destroyed, collapsed under its own weight. There's also a chest.
I want the chest.
The chest is perfectly clean. Not a speck of dust or dirt on it. And as you approach it carefree, without a single care in the world, for there are no threats, you reach out and open the chest, and you immediately feel... You taste oranges for a second. You taste oranges and you smell almonds, but it doesn't bother you, and you open the chest.
I just keep getting poisoned without realizing.
You are immune to poison condition, so you're resistant to poison damage. You're immune to poison condition, so it just tastes like oranges and smells like almonds.
Huh! I feel like I'm being poisoned. Oh wow! It just moves on.
But this chest should talk to you. If you hover your mouse over it, you can see what's inside of it. Does it strike you odd, Kalianna, that there is an inordinate amount of treasure in this place?
I don't like to look a gift horse in the mouth there, Caius. I'll take my good luck where I can take it.
Of course you look a gift horse in the mouth. How else would you know if it's worth anything? If it's a sufficient gift. That's peasant talk.
I take the chest. Can the chest be moved?
Yes. It's pretty heavy, but you don't have anything else. So even though it takes up most of your carry weight, I believe it weighs something close to 68 pounds. Yeah, so closer to the top end of your carry weight. You can grab that chest if you want to carry it with you through the dungeon.
I want to go put it with the other one in Opal. What are you talking about? Opal's going to guard my loot. Is this chain usable, though? The chain that's here?
Caius puts a hand on his chest, and when he does, you see that he draws out some water and blood from him, and it flows up into you as he uses siphon on himself. And he will take 8 necrotic damage, and you will gain 8 health.
You didn't have to do that, but thank you.
Ow! Then he does it again.
Hey, you can wait until we get to face something to do it again. You don't have to hurt yourself to do it.
Why, you prefer me to save all of my pain for you to inflict?
I prefer you not to be in pain at all.
She takes 15 damage.
Is he okay?
He's then going to use Second Wind.
He's okay. Can we short rest when we get back so I can attune to this stick?
Okay. Are you wanting to short rest in this cave here or in your hidey hole?
Hidey hole with the loot. It's on the way.
Roll a d12.
Okie dokie. 9.
Understood. You take a short rest. You can spend hit dice accordingly. Your short rest resources recharge. Are you missing any hit points?
No, I'm not.
No, not after that. Then Caius, before the short rest, will use his exploit First Aid to do First Aid on Opal twice.
Are we able to move that little chest that's on the map to the Opal room with the other one? With the other two? Because there's 2 chests in there. Well, there's 2 chests, but technically it's 1 chest because I moved it all to 1 chest.
Yes, we're going to do that. There we go, that's better. So he'll give her 20 health.
Nice. And then
My macro was doing something weird, so I was trying to fix that.
Oh, okay. And then whenever we're done, we'll come back to the spot and start investigating the hole in the wall he saw?
Easy enough. As you approach, you see a skull floating in this room. It starts to turn in your direction.
I'm going to launch an energy beam at it before it gets too close.
You're going to avoid it before it makes its way to you?
Yep, I'm going to avoid it and shoot it from a distance before it gets there.
All right. In that case, it won't bother you if you leave the room. But sure enough, this area is a giant cracked part of wall, like someone broke through here. On the wall, it says "Death is written. Death rides on silent wing."
What do you suppose that means?
And there are several broken arrows in this hallway.
Okay. And you said there's a hole in the wall up here? Can I look through that?
This is the hole in the wall right here.
Oh, okay. I understand.
That
okay.
is a door. That's a door. That's a door. That's a door. That's a door. In this hallway, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 doors.
I'm going to open all of them. You want me to make 7 checks?
Make me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 checks. We're just going to check this.
Yep, let's do it. 11, here we go. The lowest I got was a 12 and a 13.
Those would fail. Anything lower than 15 fails.
16 on the reroll, and then their 15 is one of the lowest ones. $19 on the 10. And so I would pass, I would have to reroll 2 of them, and that's it.
So each of these rooms has 2 cots in them, as well as a single large patch of red moss. Except for this door. So you open all of these doors. Hold on. All of these rooms have the same thing. This room actually has 2 entrances into the room. One there and then one down here.
Can we eventually do that mist thing that makes the rooms I was in purple?
It should be on.
It has to be redone every time we log in roll 20, I think.
It's going to re-roll your roll 20. Should reload your screen right now. Is that working?
Can you center me on the map? I can't see nothing. It's all black.
You can't see?
I can't see a thing. I saw where you pinged, but I can't see a thing. It's all black.
There, it should reload you and bring you back.
Oh yeah, it did.
Okay, the answer is no. Let's see. 1 second. There we go, that should work. Let's try this one.
That's better. I can't see all the secrets now. Alrighty.
Alright, so now that that's set up, the only different one is that room with 2, and then there is the hallway. Oops, you are in a wall. There we go, that should have fixed your fog of war for most things. Right? Can you hear me? Oh, okay, you weren't saying anything.
Nope, I was trying to move me on the map. It kept moving me around. Nothing turned purple.
I've been moving it.
Oh, okay. I assume it's been I assume it's working, but there's no purple or anything like last time.
Well, no, that was because of something else. But But back to the game. When you unlock this door, you see that it leads to a hallway.
Let's go that way.
The hallway curves and comes around, and you find a staircase.
Does stairs look like they lead up or down?
The staircase leads up.
I'll make a note of this, but I want to wait until we can search the rest of the dungeon before we go up to a different floor.
Okay.
So, is there anything else in this hall?
As you come out into the open, you see that there's a door to your top right. There is a door right here. And there is a large set of iron double doors over here.
I'm going to go with the door to the south first.
Make a check.
13, so reroll, which will be a 13. Does nothing happen.
Make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, that's ominous. I'm going to use my PT dice on this. And it's still a D8, so that is a charisma.
Goes to saving throws.
Nat 20. Oh, well, good thing, because I got a nat 20.
Alright, so you start fiddling with this door, and when you do, you fail the check, and then you feel something, but it feels strange, and you go to try a second time, make a second charisma saving throw.
$13. And I was at that door.
So you don't open the door, but when you do, you feel yourself falling. Your stomach lurches as you are forcefully teleported somewhere in this dungeon.
Terrific. What the?
So you were teleported to room 12.
Fun. There's an ogre.
So in this room, there's a tile labyrinth that crawls the floor. And someone has scrawled, if being drunk all the time were easy, everyone would do it. In dwarvish runes and the northern wall. And you see that this ogre looks more like an amalgamation of three dwarves stitched together. And it is holding a large bone club. And you hit the ground, teleported. Roll initiative at disadvantage as this thing sees you and roars, bellows out in anger.
I'm just as mad as I'm here as you are, buddy. Glad I did not roll a nat 1 that time.
Roll it again, see which one's lower.
Yeah, disadvantage. Well, 19.
You still go first. As you hit the ground in this, and you see this, you are behind a locked door. There's no way out, and you're locked in with this monster. What do you want to do?
Well, I'm gonna fight it, so I'm not locked in here with this guy. Yep, alright. I'm going to... Yep, I'm gonna attack it. I'll move up a foot, a swing, and then I can teleport with my focus being in nomadic step, right?
Let me pull up the thing for you.
I was trying to find it, but I couldn't find it on my spell list. Also, my mouse is being funny. It's not letting me click on things.
It's under the focus section on the character sheet. While focus in the cell discipline, you can teleport up to 10 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see as a bonus action.
I wanted to make sure there wasn't a caveat that I can't move if I do that. Okay, so it's attack, 24 to hit, not sneak attack. So it's going to be 12.
So you immediately run up to this thing and just jam your rapier straight into its belly for 12 points of piercing damage. It looks down at you and it angrily bellows. And you're backing up away from it when you do?
I used my bonus action to nomadic step because I was still focused on it.
Ah, okay. You teleport away.
Sure do. I mean, I know I can bonus action disengage as a rogue, but I'd rather make it safe.
It steps up on its turn and it's going to swing hard at you. It gets an 11 to hit you for 11 points of bludgeoning damage. Your turn.
I'm gonna attack him again. Let's see. That's a 19 to hit for 7. Can I spend an exploit, or does I have to call that beforehand?
Depends on the exploit. I don't know what you got.
Arresting strike. He needs to make a dex save. On a fail, his speed becomes 0 to the start of my next turn. And I'll take damage equal to the dice.
Okay, so he will make a dex save then. He gets... It's rolling. He get a 15.
I believe that saves.
Probably. I think your save is a 15. Let's see. 5, yeah, that's 15. But yep. He does take 4 extra points of damage. Anything else?
Bonus action 5, 10 is here. And then I'm going to disengage. Nope, I use my bonus action so I can't teleport. Yep. So move 5, 10 to here. And then I will teleport 10 feet. 5, 10 to get here. That's still in his reach. Never mind. It doesn't even matter where I move. I'm still going to be in range. Where's the door? I want to actually go that way instead. If I'm going to be in his range, I'd rather have my back against the door. 5, 10, 15 here. Yep, I'd rather have my back against the door this way in case I duck. Maybe he can swing into it and open it.
Okay. He swings at you again with a 15 to hit.
Miss. And I'm going to rapier because that's his turn, right?
That is his turn.
Okay, I will attack again. 16 to hit for 10.
You hit him for another 10. As you dance around the room, stabbing into this dead flesh over and over again. Him slamming on the ground, not finding purchase. Make an opposed athletics roll.
Alright, and I can use my talent dice on this, right? That's going to be an 18. Add a d8, because it went down from a d10. That's a 4. That's a 22.
A 19. So he reaches out to try to grab you as a bonus action, then he's going to slam down with his action. And he cannot find purchase.
Lucky for me. 10's gonna miss.
You go to stab again, but this time he sort of catches your blade. And he looks down at you angrily. Make an opposed athletics roll.
I can do this almost all day. Athletics, and then I'm going to do the other thing. So 18 and a d8 of 23.
11 and 14 to hit you.
Mess.
As he takes that grabbed blade and he throws it to the side and reaches out and lunges for you. You spin and dodge, your blade hitting him in the face, dousing in his eyes, opening up position for you to parry and riposte with your blade as the sound of that club slams into the door one more time for 10 more points of piercing. He's got one trick. Can you keep this up all day? He's making a opposed athletics roll.
Yep. Athletics, and then I'm going to add a d8. 16.
And he will crit on you for 18 points of damage. So this time he goes to grab you by the leg, but when you do, you jump up. And as you jump up, that other hand comes down with the bone and hits you square in the stomach. You can't be poisoned. You feel a stinging in your abdomen as these flakes stab into you as the bone shatters a little bit. You're immune to poison and disease, yeah. Are you immune to disease?
Yes, as a race, yeah.
Then yeah, you will take 18 points of bludgeoning from the mighty blow, knocking the air out of your lung.
Oh, still hurts.
That's his turn.
Come on, dice. 23 to hit.
23 for 6. Anything further?
I'm going to double check what my strike of the storm giant does.
As a bonus action, you cover your weapon in lightning. When you hit, the target has to make a Constitution saving throw, have disadvantage on all attacks for the next round, and it will cause it to do a d6 of lightning damage.
Cool. I'm going to use that for next time.
Understood. Panning our camera elsewhere into the dungeon. Caius was standing here, ready to say something snarky about you not being able to pick a lock, when you vanish. And well, that does not bode well. He looks over and he says, I don't see any dust, so she's not disintegrated. Oh, she's going to be so mad if she ever figures out I can do this. I'm going to use shape water, and I'm going to fill the lock of the door with water. And then I'm going to freeze it, which will break the door.
I would be so mad.
Inside, he sees tables covered with...
Did you find my gear?
Tables covered with Kalianna's starting gear.
I found his stuff and he found mine.
He collects it up and he goes, now where the hell did she go? Maybe she's back at that summoning circle. He's going to run there as fast as he can. Let's see how fast it is. We have played 5 rounds of combat, I believe.
Run like the wind, Elfie Elf. How fast can your Elfie Elf legs take you?
One round. 2 rounds.
This is like an intense game of hide and seek. Except if you don't find me, I die. You know how they made those horror movies from those like kids games, like Truth or Dare? They made the horror movie of Truth or Dare, and like the dares were all like really deadly, or like this would be the horror movie of hide and seek, because like every time you don't find the person, you die, or if they find you, you die.
He's run all the way back to the room with the spider. Four rounds, he makes it to the room with Opal, sees that you're not there, listens to the howler banging on the door, not chomping on Kalianna, so he assumes you're not in there. You start running back. So Caius, looking around, immediately starts racing back down the hallway where he came, blazing through the broken wall with the ooze on the other side, flying past it like the wind, channeling the guiding winds behind him to push him even faster. He blazes further on through the hallway and makes it within 18 seconds to Opal. Sees that you're not there, pauses to feel the ripples in the air to make sure you're nowhere nearby, and immediately turns around and starts booking it the other way. And I guess in 5 rounds we'll see what he does next. Back to Kalianna. The ogre attempts to grab you. Make an opposed athletics check.
Oh man! All right, let's go. I'm gonna use my potent silent talent dice. Not portent. Portent is something completely different. That is a 6. You might actually get me this time. Oh, barely.
He has advantage because he's bigger than you. That's a 22.
Oh yeah, he grapples me. But I'm still focused, so it'll be fine.
He grabs you. Now he's going to use you as a club against the wall.
I'm halfway okay with this.
You take 17 points of bludgeoning damage.
Nope, I don't think that's a reaction to resist that. Hold on, let me see. I don't think it's a reaction to resist the damage. I think it's a action on my turn.
No, you have a reaction to resist damage.
Oh, but I would like to use that.
So
it's
17
hide,
turns to 8.
Yeah, I activate Steel Hide.
You activate Steel Hide, and immediately, since it is an order of the Immortal Discipline, you heal for 5. So, in reality, you lose 3 hit points when he slams you against the wall. Got you clocked at 11. Does that sound right?
That sounds right to me.
And the door cracks and almost splinters under the force of your body.
I want him to open the door. I didn't imagine this was the way to do it, but I mean,
Oh,
beggars can't be choosers.
That's his turn. It's your turn. You are grappled and being used as a as a weapon.
Bonus action, because I'm still focused. I'm going to teleport 10 feet out of the grapple.
Yep.
And then I'm going to swing with my Strike of the Storm Giant. As I... Nope. It's cool in theory.
And you stab a place where you've already stabbed. So, like, when you drive a nail through the nail hole a second time, it just doesn't find purchase?
But I still get to keep the Storm Giant thing, because it only goes off on my attack, right? And I didn't hit.
It'll go off the next time you land an attack, as long as it's within the next 8 rounds.
Well, I hope I land a hit in the next 8 rounds, otherwise it's going to be a very short campaign.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll have to start Parapet Eberron if this happens, right?
Man! Opal misses one Chesson and then Kalianna dies, the immortal dies. Like, that would be some crap. I'd be so mad.
Yeah, I know it, right? Go ahead and make the opposed athletics check as this guy reaches out to grab you again.
Come on, dice. Athletics with hey, 18 and a 7. 25.
23. He barely misses you.
Man, it was close.
You focus on the strength of your father as he grabs you, and you grab him at the same time, and you bear down, and you, instead of him grabbing you and taking control of you, he grabs your hands, and you have that epic struggle where you both push against each other. He isn't able to take control of you. While he's doing this with one hand, whistling around comes that mace. Boom! That bone club with a 24 to hit you.
Has it been my turn again or no?
Yeah, you just had your turn.
Okay, then I'm going to use a power point for to make that not hit. Actually, no, I couldn't do that. I'm going to use my reaction spell-like ability for shield to make that not hit, because I can't power point out of.
Okay, so you cast shield, and this thing slams against the shield barrier. It is your turn. Are you going to be able to swallow an ogre zombie?
I really hope so. I don't have much choice. I'm going to go and attack.
I can't, but I rolled a 1d30 for the 30 remaining rooms in this dungeon. To give a little bit of a spoiler, and it landed on 12.
17 to hit?
17 hits.
So that's 10 plus a d6 for the lightning, which is 1. Great, but it's got to make a dex save.
Yeah. The d6.
Two.
So 12 points of damage, and it makes a con save. 17, so it doesn't take the effect, but it does take the damage.
I'll take it. Whatever I can get at this point.
Pennies make pounds as you slam into this thing, focusing the storm power. As you call out, Linnetstrog! And slam the rapier that crackles with lightning into this thing. Its dead flesh twitching, but otherwise unimpaired from the blow as it reaches out to grab you again.
There we go again. Athletics check with my thing. So it's out of 4. I think I'm going to get grappled that time. Yep, that's a 10. I'm going to get grappled.
He grabs you and he slams you into the door a second time.
It's going to hurt.
For 9 points of damage.
Can I, spend my turn again? Can I resist it again with the power point?
If you want to.
I would like to. So I will gain 1 hit point. 4 minus 5?
5. 5 hit points. You gain your intelligence modifier when you use an Order of the Immortal Discipline.
Yeah, but I halved the 9, so 4, so I would get a net of 1.
Ah, yes. As you gain a hit point, but the door breaks open. One second. No way. Hold on. As Kalianna, the door breaks open, and you see Caius dashing down the hallway towards you. He was running everywhere. He ran the path that he took to try and find you, but on the way back, he took paths that he didn't take. And with his movement in the 2 rounds that just passed, he would be there. Can you see him on your map?
Hold on, let me zoom out a little bit. Yep, I see him.
He's right there as you just get slammed through this door, ragdolled onto the ground. And when you hit the ground, you look down the hallway, and Caius is bolting towards you as fast as he can before you get dragged back into the room by this thing. And it's going to block the doorway and start trying to squeeze out. And it squeezes through the doorway, barely making it, using most of its movement, and then it sees Caius, and you can see its head turn. You can't see out the hallway anymore, but you see its head turn, and then you feel its grip tighten as Caius rolls into initiative. I love this game. And he rolls into initiative right after the zombie. So it's now his turn. He's going to run up, and when he does, yep, he's going to cut as much as he can. So he blows his action surge and crits twice. So, Kalianna, you will gain 22 points of hit points as he runs up and he immediately siphons and those waters flow over you. And then you see as he just starts whirling into a almost like a saw blade as he just starts spinning and deals 93 points of damage to this ogre. That's enough to bring it into undead fortitude, and the last hit is a crit, which in turn means undead fortitude does not apply. So you just see the blade buzzsaw its way through this ogre before it falls. Its left side to the left, its right side to the left, and Caius, covered in gore, standing there. And he sort of whips his sword down, and all the grime and gunk go flying off, and he found you.
I'm just gonna take a knee with my rapier and just go. Just because that was hard.
You take a second and catch your breath. Healing waters finish stitching all the broken bones and bruises that you just received by learning how a mace feels.
Thanks. And I'm gonna stand up once I'm healed and try to figure out. Okay, now where
There's
are
a
we?
chest room.
I go to the chest and I pick it up. I'm keeping this.
That chest should talk as soon as you... Did you really just vanish to steal more treasure?
No, it's a happy accident, and I'm gonna take it.
Alright, it is almost your entire carry weight.
I go put it up with Opal before I continue on, because I can't carry this for long.
So are you just like burying her in treasure chests?
More I'm stacking them strategically around her. So whenever she opens her eyes, there's gonna be a wall of treasure chests. I imagine one of the prison walls has
Zoom out to really far. Zoom out to like 40.
40 what?
On the zoom bar and roll 20.
40 out of the zoom bar and roll 20? What are you talking about?
So you know how you can zoom in and out on roll 20?
Yeah.
Make the bar say 40. Press the button until it says 40.
Okay.
Everything should be real small now, right?
Yes.
I'm showing you the path that Caius shows you.
Oh, okay.
Takes you around this corner. This leads back to the hallway that you teleported from, to your north from here, as well as the opening to the ooze you should be able to see on your bottom left.
Yes, I can see that.
This L's, and there's a large double door there. There's unlocked doors all throughout this hallway. I'm sorry. Unexplored doors.
Can I start opening them as I'm going by, or are we still on the way to Opal first?
On the way to Opal, you can stop and explore them if you want. It's up to you.
I'm gonna
You
open
will
them
be
as
carrying
well.
90 pounds of coins.
Oh, then I'll do it on the way back.
You've seen everything else pretty much except for this area here. But there are... You can see the crack in the wall where you busted through the wall, Kool-Aid Man style, to go attack the janitor of the dungeon, who you thought was the warden. And then you... So it's these doors right here that have been unexplored, pretty much.
Okay.
Zoom back in now.
Okay. When I drop off the loot to Opal, I will start exploring these doors. 26.
How do you even end up fighting one of those monstrosities? You were going to die if it wasn't for me. And I don't even get a thank you.
I said thank you. I said thanks for that. Also, it was a draw. I wasn't doing terribly. I wasn't losing, but I wasn't doing great. It was a draw.
Battering ram.
He opened the door just like I wanted him to. It worked. You wouldn't have known we were in there unless he used me like a battering ram, sir. Also, how would you have gotten
think that makes a winning point?
Also, I have your thieves' tools. You wouldn't have been able to open the door anyway unless I let him use me as a battering ram.
Before we found the thieves' tools, how were you opening doors again? Just remind me, I've forgotten.
Oh. What's her point? Never mind. Besides, it all worked out well in the end.
Careless, reckless, dangerous.
Two of those things are why you hired me in the first place.
And about now is when you would go up to the door because it's narratively satisfying and unlock the door with a nat 20.
Is there a car in a patch of red moss?
You enter into this room and you see a large office.
Oh.
Let me pull up my flavor text. Here we go, room 15. In this room, you see that there is the doors are iron on the outside, which catches your attention because most of these cells are made out of bone, but they're bone on the inside. And inside you can see there are many different organized tools. There's a fine desk. There is a large bowl with long burned out incense, but the bricks are still in there, and you know what an incense bowl looks like. There looks like there's scrolls of maps. There's a bookshelf filled with rotting tomes that can't be salvaged. There are tools. And on this right wall, you see that there are treasures abounding. They are not in chests, but I can only put them on chests for you to see. But there's all this stuff just on the wall. Caius says, "Oh, by the way, I found your unmentionables." And he holds up your laundry.
Oh. Hey, thanks. I'm gonna grab my sword out of there.
And you grab all of your stuff. You have your gear.
I have a backpack, and I have a sword and a couple weapons. That's my gear. I don't have much. Is any of this stuff can I put in my backpack?
Yeah, you can put all of it in your backpack if you want. It's very heavy.
Can I put it in my backpack and then transport it back to Opal again?
Yeah, roll a d12.
For the record, I put it in her backpack so I can have my backpack empty. And you said roll a d12? 8.
Understood. I'm going to guess that you're going to take those healing potions and keep them for yourself, yeah?
I'm going to give one to Caius and I'll put one on Opal, but yeah.
Oh, you split them up between the party members.
Sure do. I may be a thief, but I'm a generous thief.
Go ahead and add the potion of climbing to your equipment, and I'm just going to delete that chest. You got the potion?
Yep.
One second while I bring this to your loot cave. If you guys die, they're going to think that that was just like a vault.
I'll never tell them otherwise.
I really must protest. This is an inordinate amount of treasure we're finding. It seems like a trap. Like it's designed to keep thieves in this prison by finding more and more things they can't carry.
I'll figure out a way around that. It is a clever tactic, though. Over the short rest, that wand I attuned to, what does it do? Because I did say I was attuning that to the short rest. That's the only reason I took a short rest.
Ah. Let me pull up some tabs. Let me know when you're ready. Hello and welcome back. That was 10 minutes for us, 20 seconds for you all. I appreciate you tuning back in to the Bear in the Moon Tavern presents Thronescapes, Season 1, Captives and Crowns, starring Rose as Kalianna, and myself, John, as your DM today. Our other player, Christina, is out, but we miss her and we will see her again soon. Before we had went to the break, Kalianna, you were finding so many interesting things in this dungeon. And one of them was a dagger that you were finally taking a second to look at after you had attuned to it. And as you focus on it, when you attune to it, you realize that this was a magical dagger. And this dagger allows you to cast the Searing Smite spell once per day at second level. And it does necrotic damage instead of fire damage, which in turn means that it causes your target to catch on death instead of catching on fire. But this item, which is called the Dagger of Baal, as you focus on the blade, you see words pop up, and at first they pop up in a language that you don't speak, but they morph into common, and they say this. The confident signatory in possession of this consideration, upon reading this, agrees corpus mentis to the hitherto corpus juris infernus de futero lex scripta ex nuanc in loco rex communis. And when you finish reading that phrase, you feel your hands start to burn a little bit.
Okay. I didn't know the dagger was magical because I was trying to attune to the wand I had said. the stick.
The dagger took your attunement.
I didn't even get a choice in it?
Nope. You were trying to attune to the wand, and the dagger was there and forced its way in. Since you had taken the time to attune to something, the dagger stepped forward.
Great. I love a pushy weapon.
Make me an intelligence check.
Luckily, I'm good at those. I have a feeling it's going to be some sort of contract or something that I just signed with my hand. Intelligence check, that's just D20 plus your intelligence, right?
Correct.
8 plus my intelligence of 5 is 13, and you can't add silent talent dice to that, so that's a 13.
You can, because it's an intelligence check. It's a skill check.
Oh, but I will add it. 8. 7. So 20?
20. Effectively, what this dagger says is that if you hold this dagger and you read this dagger, you agree to the infernal contract attached to this dagger. And it is legally binding by the courts of hell.
I figured that.
This dagger requires you, in order to escape this contract, to convince one good aligned creature to enter into a contract with the contract holder.
Every time I get out of a devil's contract, another one forms. And Ball's somehow always involved in it. Bale was always involved in it. He was involved in the last one too. Through proxy, almost. God, murder's got an interest in me, I guess.
Don't they all?
Do I have another tattoo contract on my hand now where the other one used to be?
Yes.
Great.
Your character sheet in the items section has the write-up for the stick. The stick does not require attunement.
Oh. Well, maybe I shouldn't have tried to attune anything then.
You don't find this out until you try to attune to it.
Yeah, I'm sure. I didn't even know it was magical, though, either. So, I mean, I wouldn't have even known. You said item section?
I put it up in the Roll20 chat as well.
Ooh, Wand of Secrets. Use your action to expend one of its charges, and if the secret door or trap is within 30 feet of you, the wand pulses and points at one of the nearest to you. The wand regains 1d3 charges. That's pretty handy. Hey. Found a secret metal detector. I'm gonna try to... If Caius didn't notice the contract thing happened with my hand, I'm not gonna say anything just yet about it. Searing Smite's cool, though.
Especially since you catch people on necrotic.
Yeah, and I didn't have a dagger before, so I mean, I really couldn't bonus action attack, but now I can bonus action attack with the Searing Smite dagger.
I'm just making the write-up for it right now. I'm placing it on your sheet.
That's fine, yeah, because I can action now swing with my rapier, sneak attack, and then bonus action stab with the dagger. I need to add a new drawing to my character concept board thing. Find a creepy cursed ceremonial dagger. I guess it is.
Yeah, yeah, you do.
I guess it is my friend now. I assume because there's a contract, this is one of those daggers that I could throw and leave away and it would just come back like one of those creepy items.
Maybe. There, I put Searing Smite on your character sheet as well.
Cool.
All right, but you do that. There is a door just north of Caius. It is iron double door.
Let's go look at that door. You said north, so this way?
I'm sorry, it's not iron. It's made out of stone.
It's still double doors? I'm going to open the doors. Are they locked?
The door is not locked. It's stuck.
Heave ho. As I try
to
Man, wrestling match with that ogre, that really got me pumped up.
I was going to say, your internship as a battering ram really paid off right now as you just throw your shoulder into it and you're like, you know, when he threw me through that, you know, I kind of felt my shoulder pop out of place, but if I hit it right here and you slam through the door with no problem. Inside you see that this room is also covered with a sheen of water in places, though this water is not flowing. The path goes left, and the path goes right.
Let's go to the left first.
Okay. Stop there. I need to roll a thing. Hold on. Yep, so as you step there, the ground beneath your feet starts to churn, and you see as it forms a gaping, wide-open mouth, and it snaps onto your leg. You're restrained as the ground has bitten you, and you will take some damage. You're going to take 12 points of piercing damage, and you are restrained as this trap goes off and bites you. And as you look around where this pathway curves, you can see that there are 4 other individuals whose legs were bitten in this way, the ground forming a mouth that has just sort of eaten them at the ankle, and their skeletal remains stand in that position that you now find yourself in.
I'm still focused in the nomadic stat discipline, so can I bonus action teleport out?
Absolutely. Show me where you go.
Can I make a perception check first to see if I can see any more of these little...
I think that would be wise.
Alright, so perception. $16 on a perception check.
Every square in this left hallway is covered in these traps.
Every single square?
Yes.
With my climbing speed, can I teleport to a wall and just climb the wall?
The walls are slick, and so you'll have to make a check. But you could.
I'll teleport back the way I came and see if I can take the right path.
Move your token appropriately.
To there.
You're not having a good day. Did you just get beat up by the floor?
Yes. Yes, I did.
First you get stabbed trying to break into your own prison cell. Break back into your own prison cell. Today's not your day.
There are many days that are not my days. I just have to enjoy the small things, which happens to be a room, locked prison cell full of very, very, very much money.
And me.
Yes, you are quite a treasure, Caius. Tell you, I go this way.
You go this way, and there are no... what?
I'm going to check for traps as I go.
Okay, show me where you stand to check for traps. Where you are, you see no trap.
There.
Go ahead and make your roll.
15.
You detect no earth maw traps.
The whole way, or just that one spot?
That everything you can see from that spot was clear.
Alright, then make another check as I move a little bit more forward. 13.
Everything you can see from that spot is clear.
Oh, it loops around. That sucks.
Right there, the ground churns and raises up to bite you.
I could see that spot from where I was standing on my thing, though.
And you rolled a 13.
Okay.
Which, unfortunately, was not high enough to locate it. That is a 24, so that's going to bite you again. This time for another 9 points of piercing damage. And you are restrained. Caius grabs you by the arm and attempts to pull you out. Caius will run up to you and attempt to try and pull you out and help you. Make an athletics check, please.
Okay. Could I just teleport out?
You could.
No, I'll give him. Let's let him try to pull me out. $17 advantage?
17, he runs up to you and grabs you. When you do, you immediately think about vanishing, but you catch how close he is to you. And you kick hard, breaking this mouth off the ground as he pulls you out. You tumble into his arms, and his gaze lingers on you for a second before you stand up.
Well, we should be going. And I'm gonna...
You think you would have learned the first time.
As you said, careless.
There's a large double door right in front of you.
I would like to open it, if it's not locked.
It is stuck.
Heave-ho. I'm trying to pull. I do not heave nor hoe. You know those videos of the cartoons, the characters trying to pull the door and they're using like their feet on the door, trying to pull it as hard as they can? Yeah, that's me.
Caius gets a nat 20. As he just sort of, he'll do one of those flying dragon kicks where he just sort of goes up and blam, blam, blam in the air before landing, and the door blasts open.
That's the same ogre.
You see a dead ogre. In front of you, you see that there are locked doors. I'm going to go ahead and point them. There are locked doors. That was the wrong button. 1 second. I didn't want the initiative tracker. There's a locked door here. There's a locked door here. 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 And directly across from you, there's one right here. And there's a big set of locked double doors right here.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sleight hand checks to open?
Yeah.
I would have to repeat the first one once, and then that's a 21, a 25, a 24, a 22, and a nat 20 for a 26.
So here, here, and here, you see the left and the right room are rooms with cots in them. The left room has 2 cots and 1 patch of red moss. The right room has 3 cots and 1 large patch of red moss. The middle room has 6 chained up skeletons and a patch of red moss. No beds. And then you unlock this double door right up here to the north of you. And a cinematic happens. So inside this room, you see that there are shelves. There's a bearskin rug. On the far left side of the room, the thing that catches your eye and holds it is this radiating giant purple amethyst gemstone. It's roughly 8 foot tall. And it's oval shaped. Let me show you the picture. But your gaze is ripped away because as you stare at that thing, on the other side of the room, down this hallway, you see let me grab my flavor tag. On the other side, in the oppressive gloom of the hallway, the 30-foot expanse, you see an armored figure astride a skeletal warhorse that emerges from the shadows, a macabre tableau of death and decay. The air itself seems to congeal and thicken with malevolence as green necrotic energy pulses between the gaps of the animated bones of this warhorse. It's adorned with red riding blankets and the remnants of a once proud banner. Its form wreathed in sickly green necrotic energy that pulses ominously between the bones. On its back sits an armored rider clad in corroded full plate that hangs in tattered shreds. Rust flakes from the metal like scabs from a festering wound, and it reveals the ghastly truth beneath. a skeletal visage twisted into a grim mockery of life. For underneath this armor is not but a skeleton, its exposed sword arm, a chilling testament to its undead nature. The two malevolent orbs within its skull gleam from beneath the shadowed helm, locking onto you with a chilling intensity that pierces the very soul. With a haunting jangle of metal and echo of bone, the rider urges its mount forward as it starts charging, the sound reverberating through the corridor like the tolling of a funeral bell. As the steed charges within a cacophony of deathly echoes, the stench of decay, mold, and rot permeate the entire air, assaulting your senses. The only thing you can hear is the sound of rattling bones and clinking metal as the rider lowers its weapon and charges at you. Roll initiative. This thing charges straight, and as it gets up to Caius, it's going to attack and start to circle around by you. And let me roll those attacks as soon as roll 20 catches up. The horse lashes out with its stomping hooves with a 13 to hit Caius. It's going to miss. The skeleton takes this opportunity to attack at Caius with a 21 to hit. Caius doesn't have a reaction, so that's going to hit. For 4 points of piercing damage to Caius. Then we go to the top of the round, Kalianna. This egg thrums with power. This egg-shaped gemstone thrums with power. And you can feel a connection calling out to you.
I'm going to make an attack with my action against this thing first before going to see what that gemstone's pulsating for, because that's usually never good. Usually means explode.
All right, are you going to attack the mount or the rider?
The rider, if I can.
All right, you attack the rider, and you will get sneak attacks. So go ahead and roll appropriately.
16 hit.
16 does not hit as this thing blocks it out of the way with its plate armor.
Alright, now bonus action disengage, and I will move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet towards the egg, and then the rest of my movement. And then move there. That'll get me there with 30.
All right, perfect. Stop there. As the ground churns into a mouth that will set itself upon you, and you will take 14 points of piercing damage. Got you clocked at 1 hit point as this thing bites into your leg, restraining you, as you have set off another earth maw trap.
Is that all my movement?
Effectively, because you're restrained now, yes.
And I use my bonus action to disengage, so I can't even teleport out of it.
Not yet.
I use my bonus action so I can use my bonus action next time to teleport out of it, but I was saying I can't use my bonus action because I already used my bonus action to disengage.
Yes.
That's my turn.
Caius looks at this rider incredulously for daring to attack him, and he says, "Banished!" and throws his arm up, and when he does, this updraft of air hits the creature. It fails a save. It gets thrown 30 feet up in the air, hits the ground, and then immediately falls 30 feet. So 6 points of damage on the way up, 13 on the way down. That's 19. And skeletons are vulnerable to bludgeoning, so that will be 38 points of damage. As this thing hits the ground with a large rattle and just explodes into a pile of bones. That's his turn. The horse, now angry, lashes out at Caius with a 14 to hit him. Misses, but nearly takes his head off. Kalianna, you're restrained by this thing, but you feel drawn.
Bonus action, teleport out of it.
Okay.
And I will, looking at this thing closely, what am I, you said I'm drawn to, like what am I drawn to do? Is that a symbol on it?
You're drawn, it looks like a symbol on the front of it. Go ahead and make me an Arcana check.
Natural 20 for 27.
This symbol is no magic symbol that you know of, but as you reach out to it, you instinctively feel that is the symbol for the school of psionics known as psychokinesis.
I'm gonna touch it.
I'm gonna touch the button.
I mean, yeah.
Let it grow. You touch it. When you do, you immediately lose. Let's see, let me make my roll. Three psi points, as they are forcefully withdrawn from you. And
Ouch.
you see this cavern starts to be bathed in an ethereal glow of amethyst crystals. And around this large gemstone, there are 12 smaller amethysts that all float up to about chest level. And they start to rotate and orbit around this thing. It is a marvel to behold, looking like a colossal singular gemstone, its surface shimmering with iridescent hues of violet and lavender. As the scene unfolds, you start to hear cracking and shifting, and it feels like the earth beneath your feet stirs with anticipation, which makes you very nervous because the last 3 times this happened, the earth beneath your feet bit you. With a sudden burst of light, the egg begins to crack, revealing glimpses of a world unseen. From within, you see a large eye as big as your torso, its gaze piercing through the darkness with an otherworldly brilliance, its pupil reptilian and purple. bright purple. Then, with a final shattering, the egg splits apart, revealing this precious cargo to the world. When it does, a beam of light shoots out towards this warhorse. With a scream, a feminine scream. And this bolt of energy crashes into this skeletal horse. It takes 26 points of damage, and standing within the remnants of the egg is a small figure, no more than 4 feet tall. With piercing purple eyes that seem to hold the wisdom of ages and hair as golden as the sun, this figure appears as a young girl, no more than 8 years old. There's an air of ancient knowledge and power about her that belies her youthful appearance, and then she smiles at you, and it feels like the chamber lights up with 1,000 scars, and she looks at you and she says, "You're not my Draka."
I'm sorry, I don't even know what a Draka is.
Caius' turn. Never one to waste an opportunity. He will attack twice, dealing 11 and 15 is 26, plus 5 is 31. Resistant is 15 points of damage to the horse as he turns around and starts cutting into this thing, a whirlwind of blades, and it hits the ground in pieces. And he turns around and he goes, "What the?" Kalianna, "You're not my Draka either."
She was in the rock.
She was in the rock.
But I'm pretty sure the rock was not a rock and was in fact an egg that hatched a child.
She reaches out, and you see as these 12 gemstones start orbiting around her like satellites. And she reaches out and she grabs this amethyst, and she just bites into one like you would an apple. And you hear a loud crunch. That's better. What did you do with my Draka?
What's a Draka?
My Draka is Nikita. Yes. That.
Are you trying to say Draka is your mom?
Oh, Mom.
How did you know about my mother's name?
You told me.
No, I didn't. Not out loud.
Sure you did. It's right there. And suddenly you feel this itch cross across your brain.
Hey, stay out of people's minds. Hey, people don't like that. People don't like that without asking first.
Why?
Some people think it's an invasion of their space, that people shouldn't be mentally invaded by a person that is not themselves without permission.
Then why'd you leave the door open?
I don't think people know that they do have a door that's open in the first place.
Is that why you're always so nervous around him?
Yes. Why?
I've never met someone who likes the smell of dust before.
Neither have I.
It makes you think of that day in the training ring.
Well, you shouldn't dive too far into people's thoughts, especially open ones, especially if they might close the door behind you once you're in them. It could be a trap, you know. That is something to consider.
You can't trap me. And she just laughs, this little girl laugh that sort of echoes off the wall, disconcertingly.
Not me, but there are others that probably could, and that would be a very bad spot for you to be in, stuck within someone else's mind, unable to get out.
I can't be trapped.
Is she wearing clothes, or is she in a dress or something?
She's very naked.
Oh, also, and I grabbed the cloak, and I'm going to start putting it on her, you need to cover up.
Why?
You're not wearing clothes.
You often don't wear clothes.
People should be really wearing clothes when we're not in a... When there's other people around, you should really wear clothes.
And Caius says, that's quite enough of that. And you feel that itch stop. Okay, Caius.
I'm going to put the cloak and wrap her up in it. What's your name?
My name's Lavendora. That's what Draka says.
It's nice to meet you, Lavendara. We should probably go find your Draka so you can get home. I don't think you belong here.
Of course I belong here. This is my home.
I don't believe so.
She takes a big sniff, and when she does, she says, "Oh, I love the smell of gold in the morning." Ooh, and diamonds, and moonstones, and... bloodstone.
This really, I don't think, is your home. This is a prison. And little girls should not be in prison.
Why not?
Many people would find it wrong to put a child in prison.
I'm very confused.
As am I. Little girls should not be in prisons, and yet here you are. We should find your mother. She can sort this out.
Yes, let's look for my Nikita.
No. Nikita is what my mother is called. I don't know what your mother is called, but I don't think her name is Nikita.
So my mother is called Nikita, and your mother is called...
No, my mother is Nikita. I don't know your mother.
That's what I said.
Okay. I meant me as in Kalianna. My name is Kalianna. My mother's name is Nikita. You are Lavendara. Your mother's name is, we don't know yet, but we were going to find out your mother's name when we go find her and ask her.
My Draka's name is Violaxtrasnas.
Well, then that is your mother's name.
Draka.
Draka, yes.
You're very nervous, but I think you'll make a sufficient handmaiden. Take me to my Draka.
Why is it always the job? And I'll just grab I'll start looking around the room before I leave. Just like, why is it always the job? It's always handmaiden.
Make an investigation.
Because I'm just muttering, not a historian, not an archaeologist, a bladesmith, handmaiden. Always a handmaiden. 15.
You find 2 chests and they talk. And sure enough, true to form, the chest has gold and diamonds and bloodstones and moonstone.
I'm going to add them to my collection.
Looking around the rest of the room, there's a large bookshelf covered in mini books. There's a little forge area. And, there's the remnants of a giant egg that broke open.
I'm going to take one of these healing potions that I just found and take one and pass one to Caius.
Oh, you hurt.
Nope, I'm good.
And he's going to siphon some life from himself to heal you.
You don't have to do that. We could wait till we find someone else to do that too, so you don't get hurt too. I feel like it's counterproductive.
And quite painful as well, too.
Then why are you doing it?
Because you'd be dead without me.
I think there's other ways to drive that point home without actually almost killing yourself each time.
So you will heal. $31 hit points.
Don't need that healing potion after all. I'm gonna grab the stuff, bring it to Opal, and hopefully on the way find her mom somewhere. I haven't seen anybody in this place, though, that hasn't been undead.
That doesn't bode well. Caius will use Inspiring Leader, and he also says if we're going to do this, and you're going to need all the help you're going to get. And he's going to cast Aid, increasing your hit point maximum by 5.
Thank you.
As you're walking, Lavendara says, "Oh, you can have this back now," and she gives you 6 power points. As you feel the familiar surge of your own psionic energy re-enter you, doubled.
Wow. Thanks.
You're welcome.
That's fine. I have to drop off some of these boxes somewhere safe while we look for your mother. They're a little much to carry around while tracking and hunting. Do you recall anything else?
What?
Do you recall anything else? I mean, this really isn't your home. So where
It is.
you have it? I promise it's not.
My Draka shouldn't be far from here, and she would talk to me every day. And she would tell me such wonderful things about the world.
Alright, well, let's drop this off and find your mother then if you say she's not far, but I... Okay.
She said she was going to leave a special book for me.
A special book?
Yeah, what's a book?
It's a thing people use to keep track of information, whether it's stories that aren't true but are fun to read about, facts, history, pictures.
That doesn't sound right. She said that it was a portal to any world you could want to go to. She said books were portals to any world that you could want to go to.
Yes, because it takes you there with your imagination. You don't actually go there physically, but you can imagine yourself immersed in that world.
Books sound lame.
It's usually because the storytelling is so grand and detailed that you can feel like you're transported to another world just by reading what the person wrote.
Oh, like Banefire.
Please stay out of my head.
I'm not in your head.
Okay, and how do you know about Banefire?
You told me. She just starts skipping.
Who did she say told her?
She said you told her.
Okay.
So, you bring all these chests to Opal, you bring them back.
Yep. I'll start looking. You said your Draka was nearby. Do you have any idea of which way?
That way. And she just points.
I'll go where she's pointing.
She's pointing in a circle. I don't know. She's somewhere in her house.
Okay. I haven't gone past this ogre thing, right? Like, I haven't gone this way. I just got teleported that way. We backtracked.
Correct.
Alright, then we'll start going that way and opening these doors.
Alright, 1 second. So, as a reminder, you see a door here, a busted open door here that you came out of. There's a door here, 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 here. There's a large double door right here.
Let's open the double door first, and then I'll open these 7 other doors that aren't the busted out ones.
All right, Lavi stands right behind you. As she says, "You can call me Lavi."
Well, Lavi, 16.
16 will open the door. You open the door, and what you see is another pathway that splits off two ways and converges into one. The floor is covered with this thick, clear, incredibly clean water. And on the other end, you see what you see.
A giant skeleton.
You see the giant skeleton of a predator, its head the size of a horse. You can see that its neck falls down, and there's a single break in its neck, right in the middle. And then at the base here, where the neck would connect to the body, it looks like it was cut clean and left here to rot. Lavi looks and goes, "What? Raka?" And she runs up and starts crying. She is not even the size of one of these teeth. And she is wailing. And as she is wailing, the 11 remaining gemstones that orbit her are moving dangerously fast.
I'm gonna try to dodge those and go up to her and try to see if I can comfort her to calm her down a little bit.
And what does your comfort look like?
I'm gonna hug her tight like a person does in a toddler tantrum. Even though when they're tantruming, you just kind of hug them tight until they stop. And just tell her that I know this is hard, but she would want you to keep going and be strong and see all those things she told you about, all those wonderful things and places in the world. She'd want you to experience those, and you can't experience those if you're here.
As you do this, you find yourself no longer cradling a little girl, but cradling this very large dragon, about the size of one of those ogres. A pale purple, hard scales cover her body. The same colored, deep eyes, the eye that you saw from within what you now know to be the eggshell. And she regards you, and the eye, the reptilian eye, goes thin and focuses in on you. And as she cries out, the very cave around you rumbles and shakes. As you see the very same thick, viscous, incredibly clear water start coming out of her eyes. And you realize that you are already standing almost ankle deep in dragon tears.
I'm gonna try to just as if someone would, just a child, just go shh, 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 and just try to hum to her a little bit and just sing to her maybe a little bit in giant. That's the only songs I know are the giant the giant lullabies. So I'll just sing and see if that'll
Just
help.
You do that. Roll me a persuasion check.
No.
21. You have advantage because of the role playing and the bond you share between each other. So 21 as she sort of buries and nuzzles into you. And she starts sobbing quieter. The gemstones slow down a bit and droop. Behind the severed head of this dragon, there appears to be a door. And as you get closer, roll me a medicine check.
Medicine? Okay. $10.
Yeah, it's a severed head.
I'm not a medicine person. Alright, I'm gonna try to comfort her as much as we can before we keep going.
Do you go out this new door or the way you came?
The way we came, so I can check out those other doors.
All right, to quicken things out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I got 7 if I counted
6,
last time.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 checks.
Dang, those are a lot of good rolls.
You have to re-roll 1.
Look at those rolls. That's a lot of nat 20s.
So while you're going up here, Lavendar says, so you said this place is a prison?
Yes, it seems to be a prison holding, well, the only people we've come across is me, I point, Caius, and then we have a friend named Opal who's sleeping.
What was your crime? It wasn't kidnapping, was it?
No, I don't actually know what our crimes were. I just know
Was it grave robbing?
No, I don't think it was that either.
Caius sort of chuckles when she says that.
Also, it's been here for longer than 100 years. It's not considered grave wrong. It's considered history and archaeology, which is legal.
Whose history?
Apparently this place was made by elves, so elven history? Although I have seen celestial, dwarvish, and a few other languages I don't speak, but a little bit of everything in here, it seems.
So each of these rooms contains 1 or 2 beds and a small patch of red moss. She goes, who are the other prisoners?
There's not other prisoners, it's just the 4 if you include you.
What about them? And she points in the cell.
The empty cot with the patch of red moss? I mean, I guess red moss is kind of living, but wouldn't consider a prisoner.
She goes up to the plant and she goes, I'm sorry that you're not a prisoner anymore.
It's a plant, Loffy. Why? It's a plant. It's just there to make sure there's oxygen circulating throughout the prison. It provides oxygen to the cells.
Oh.
Plants produce oxygen, that's why it's there, and I guess we're so far underground that the oxygen doesn't circulate well. And they don't want their prisoners to die before their sentence is up, I assume.
Oh.
Why?
What means underground?
What?
You said underground. What's that?
Oh, So when you're not inside a building, which is a prison is a type of building, there's usually the sky, and in the sky,
What's that?
it's usually a shade of blue, depending on the weather. And
What's that?
weather is how it feels outside and the comfortability. So
No, blue.
blue, it's a color.
What's that?
Okay, so you know how Caius's eyes are purple? That's a color. Purple.
She goes up to Caius and she just sort of stares him in the face.
Like, eyes are purple.
No! And she, don't poke people in the eyes. And she sort of looks at him. And he just looks down at her sternly. I mean it. And she puts her finger behind her back.
You shouldn't poke people in the eye. Yeah, you shouldn't poke people in the eye.
Purple.
Yes, it's a color. You can't really touch colors or hold colors. It makes things visually interesting and different. If everything was had no color, it'd be hard to tell the difference between things.
You feel your mind itch again. And she goes, oh, so it's a descriptive term for the visual phenomenon of the electromagnetic spectrum. Oh, please.
Okay.
Thank you, handmaiden.
I prefer to be called Kalianna. And no is left from handmaiden.
Oh.
It's my name.
Of course it is.
I'm not your handmaiden. But I am going to help you get out of here and find somewhere to go.
Not my handmaiden? Then where is she?
Why would you have a
And he
handmaiden?
slowly turns to Caius, and Caius just...
Why would you have a handmaiden?
Because I'm destined to rule over all races. They will bow before me and worship my name with praise. And they bestow unto me great treasures.
Who told you this?
Draka, did you kill my Draka?
No, we just got here a couple weeks ago.
So what was your crime?
I don't know. If I ever meet the warden or any living person, I'll be more than happy to ask them and tell you. I'm sure there's a list of things of people that don't like me that would find a reason to put me in prison, depending on who they were, depending on what side I am on.
She looks over and she goes to one of those prison cells and she goes, what was her crime? And she's talking to the boss again. He did answer.
No, it's moss. Grass doesn't talk.
Oh.
Not unless you're, just because it's not all living things can communicate. There are some people that can communicate with grass and plants, but I don't think you can.
Oh. You said living.
Not all living things can talk. Even if they can talk, they don't all usually share the same language.
It seems horribly inefficient.
Yes, it is, especially to people with subservient lifespans who have to learn all those languages in a short amount of time before they die. So that's fun.
They should just speak the same language.
It would make things easier, yes.
Why don't they?
I don't know that answer.
Someone should make them.
Well, why don't we discuss that as we find a way out of here first, and then we can discuss what languages we should make people speak and where you're going to live.
Maybe I'll do that. Live? I live here. This is my home.
You shouldn't live here. This is a prison. You need to find somewhere better, where there's a sky and fresh water and actual grass.
But I'm here.
And we can, once we get out of here and leave, you can see the sky, the stars, if you like stars, oceans.
What's that?
Stars are bright things of light in the sky. They look really small, but it's because we're really far away. If we were closer, they would be really, really big, but they make the sky they make you able to see at night. You can also navigate by them so you don't get lost. Sometimes
What do they taste like?
I don't believe they're edible.
I bet I could eat them. I'm gonna do that.
Once you get out of here, I'm sure you maybe eventually could try, but I mean, they're not really edible. People don't eat the stars, usually.
I'm not a people. I'm a dragon. I'm gonna eat a star.
That's what you want to do? Okay. It's good to have dreams and goals, I guess.
But after this very odd conversation, you continue on with your new companion. And you see straight ahead of you, the hallway ends at a set of double doors, and there are 2 doors to your left. They are locked.
I'm going to open the 2 doors to my left first before the double doors. The double doors are always the more interesting ones.
Pick one.
That one.
The door is locked.
That was going to be my question. Sleight of hand at advantage is a... Once it loads... Oh, I loaded. Another natural 20.
The door opened.
Immediately draw my weapon.
Inside this room, you see another ogre zombie. Its weapon, a bone in its hand. And behind it, there's a second zombie who has 2 short swords, and they don't move. Nothing in this room moves. You see that the zombie is mid-swing with its short sword, and it is frozen in place. There is a piece of paper that is mid-fall, and it is just suspended in the air. The candles are mid-drip.
I'm going to shoot an energy beam in there.
What kind?
Lightning.
You focus and you fire a bolt of lightning in there, and the bolt of lightning crosses the threshold of the door, and when it does, you just see a small ball of electricity suspended above the doorframe. Within the doorframe.
I make an Arcana check on that?
Sure.
$21.
Just when I thought that we've seen the oddest thing that we're going to see today. Well, your tutors taught you all about magic. What is it, Kalianna? With a 21, you realize that this looks like an area where time has stopped. It would not be wise to cross that door.
I wouldn't imagine not. It seems it's a area that's frozen in time. Everything in there is suspended in time, just beyond the threshold.
Lavi walks up to it and she goes, "That's neat." And she reaches out her hand.
No! I wouldn't go in there. You'll get stuck in there too.
And you see as she sits there and she takes an inhale and she blows out this ray of energy, just like the one you saw earlier. And it crosses the threshold, and when it does, a much larger ball of energy is just suspended there.
We should leave this room alone and not go in there. I like meddling as much as the next, but this seems something beyond my skill set to fix. I'll move to this this one door right here before the big iron doors. I imagine this is locked as well.
It is. This door is made out of wood. When you open it, you see two individuals. In the middle, there is two halves of a body that has been ripped apart. The one individual is chewing on the torso. The other individual is chewing on the legs. And they look up in your direction and screech and lunge as you open the door. Roll initiative. Lavandara walks up and immediately releases another beam of energy into that room, as this zombie is going to take 5 points of force damage. Kalianna.
I am going to blast an energy beam at it.
Okay, go ahead and give me the attack roll for that. Zombies are terrible at initiative, so as you start blasting into them, they are going to be very slow on the draw.
25 to hit.
Absolutely hits. What kind of damage are you doing? Are you attacking left or right?
I'm attacking the one on the left, and it is going to be lightning.
You blast into him for 6 points of lightning damage as you hurl another beam of crackling lightning. Anything further?
Nope, that'll be my turn. I'm gonna hold here. Some of these rooms have weird effects. I don't want to cross the threshold just yet.
Caius does. He blazes past you and starts spinning the double-bladed scimitar around him in an X shape, creating a defensive circle. As he gets a 22 and a nat 1. So the nat 1 automatically misses even though it exceeds its AC. But the 22 will hit for 13 slashing to the one on the right. The zombies' turn. The zombies are going to move up into flanking and they're going to attack Caius at advantage. As they bull rush past his defenses, and they start trying to rip and tear and slam and bite at him, but he keeps them at bay with acrobatic spins from his double-bladed saber. Lovey's turn. You see Lavi launches out. She waves her hand through the air, and when she does, 3 bolts of force fly out like tiny screaming eagles for 3, 6, 8 points of damage. Kalianna. Oh man, was I just talking without my mic the whole time? Oh man.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, so Lavi, she waves her hand, and when she does, 3 bolts of force fly out and crash into the zombie, each shaped like tiny little screaming eagles. And Kalianna, you just saw this little girl who effectively is 30 minutes old, masterfully cast magic missile. First level spell. Like it was second nature. What would you like to do on your turn?
I have so many questions I'll ask her when we're no longer in a prison. I am going to move up if I can. I don't think I can without being in the doorway.
You can get in the doorway. You can move through Caius' space. It's just double movement. So 5 to get there, 10, 15 to get in his space, 20 to get out of his space. Can't move through the zombie space like that.
I wasn't trying to move through the zombie space, I was trying to flank.
You can get there. It will provoke an attack of opportunity to do so.
Okay.
So tell me how you move through Caius' space. What does that look like? Describe it for our viewers.
As he's swinging, and he swings kind of low and ducks a little bit, I'm just gonna like jump flip over him into the next square.
You're gonna leapfrog him?
Well, it's more like that flip you do and you see in the movies where he's hunched over, leaning in the mid swing, and I just jump and kind of roll almost.
You mean like the little back roll thing?
Yeah, that thing.
That's a lot cooler than a leapfrog. I like that a lot. But you, so you go back to back with Caius as the result of many battles fought side by side. And you hit the ground, shimmy around. As it does, this zombie reaches out with an 18 to hit you, almost slamming into you, but your skin is too thick to be bothered by it. Moving into a flanking position with Caius, you come around, and as you finish your spin, you do a backstab with the rapier for 8 points of damage to the creature.
Yep, and his bonus action was stab with my dagger, but I don't have a dagger on here. I don't see it.
Give me 1 second, I can fix that.
Yeah, it just has a searing smite.
There it is.
With a 24 and 6, I don't get to add my modifier to it though, so it's just 6.
24 and 2.
Yep.
24 for 2. So as you come back and stab with the rapier from behind, you withdraw the rapier, and as you do, you take the dagger in a rear grip and just slit the throat of this zombie. Though there's no blood to be spilled from the cut, it does do 2 points of damage. How's
2
that
less than
sound?
that. Sounds pretty good.
Caius, now set up with a flanking on the zombie on your side, is going to attack with all he's worth. I would say that's pretty good. As he crits for 30, 44 points of damage. Since it's a crit, Undead Fortitude does not apply. So you come back and you slit this zombie's throat, and it lunges at you. And when you do, you have cut the front part of its neck, and Caius, just with a mighty swing, cuts from the back part of its neck and decapitates this thing. And he follows through with the swing onto the target on the other side with an 8 to hit for 15 slashing damage.
Nice.
DC 20 on the Undead Fortitude. So as he does, he cuts straight through it. And it looks like he cut the head off of one, then the body off the other one, but it stitches its torso back together for another round of attacks as it lunges back out at Caius. And the surprise from it lunging back out, Caius lands with a smug look on his face, waiting for this thing to fall. But when it doesn't fall, it just grabs him by the hair and bites across his shoulder for 11 points of damage. Lavi's turn. Lavi shoots a bolt of fire at this thing, conjuring it in her hand and launching it forward. Needs a DC 13. It gets a 19. As this bolt of fire blasts a piece off of it, but it refuses to fall. Kalianna.
Second first, same as the first. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I'm gonna stab and stab. After I move around to the other one, of course.
So you pivot on your heel from this rear strike, and you launch yourself over the back of Caius, over the top of this zombie, stabbing down with a 23 for 12, hitting the ground, and turning around and slashing across this thing's leg with a 13 for 3. Nice. It has to make 2 saves, one at an 8 and the other at a 17. So it gets a 7 and a 13. So after that, after you land with those 2 cuts, this thing hits the ground and stops moving. The din of battle fades as you catch your breath, and Caius sort of rubs where this thing bit at his armor.
You alright?
I'm fine.
Let's see if there's anything useful that was guarding in here. And I'll search the room.
As you search the room, you can pick up 25 silver pieces.
Okay.
Add that to your character sheet.
Yep. And then I will go to the big iron doors.
You open the big iron door. They're not locked.
Oh no. If they're trapped, I should have asked to see if they were trapped first.
They're not trapped as they open, and you see a doorway. The doorway that banes into you. You tried to unlock this door, and it teleported you across the dungeon. And you see that this door looks like it's been exploded, but it is wide open.
I'm gonna slowly walk in there and start seeing what's in here. Oh, there's the stairs that we saw earlier.
You see the stairs, you see the hallway. You see there's a locked door down here, and then a large double door.
Let's do the locked door and then the big double doors for the grand finale, because the big doors always... I always imagine whenever the big double doors open, it's always like a grand entrance or exit.
I'm sorry, there are no locked doors, but there is a grand, the large double doors.
The grand entrance, yeah, I always imagine the big double doors are like grand entrance. So I'm gonna open the little door, see what's in there before going to the big one.
I was mistaken, there is no little door.
Oh, okay, just a big door.
Alright, 1 second. Go ahead and make your check to see, or you push, to try and push open these doors, make your athletics check. They're stuck.
I'm adding my talent dice, hold on. 17.
Alright, 1 second. Let me open some doors and read you the cinematic you unlock. Bum, 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 bum.
Ooh. I love the detail in all these maps of what they are for this dungeon. I love all the the little details, like you can see the furniture from the aerial view and everything. Like it's such a nice touch. But the bear rug in the other room, you could actually see the bear's head and paws on it too. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I found this for free on someone's Patreon. I think her name was Birdie. Birdie's Maps, or DM Birdie, or something along those lines. But this entire complex was available as a gift for free to anybody who visited. She does have a Patreon with paid products, but this one was a free product. If this is the quality of the free stuff, I'm just saying. As you open the door, you see that an arcane glyph light up and go off. And you are unaffected. You see this magic wash over you, and Caius, and Lavi, and the three of you are unaffected. Lavi yawns a little bit.
Because of sleep, okay? I was like, what happened? Oh.
Alright, so as you enter this room, a sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. The very walls themselves whispering of forgotten secrets and ancient sins lost to time. Once a place of authority and judgment, This courtroom, now abandoned and left to the mercy of time, stands as a grim testament to the passage of ages. At the center, dominating the space with silent menace, stands a solitary gallows, its weathered wood stained black and bearing the weight of countless forgotten souls. It looms like a specter of justice, casting long shadows that dance in the flickering light of a fireplace set behind it. A stark reminder of the darkness lurking within the hearts of men. In the corner, bathed in the eerie glow of the dim illumination, stands a statue of a creature of nightmare, a giant reptilian monstrosity known as a salamander. Its form twisted and grotesque, its fiery gaze seeming to pierce through the very fabric of reality. It sits there, its visage twisted into a grimace of malevolent intent, with an outstretched hand as it rests upon the coils of a massive snake-like tail, a silent sentinel guarding over this chamber like a vengeful deity. As you stand in here, it feels like the walls themselves closing in, suffocating you with their oppressive weight. And with every creak of wood, every whisper of wind, serves as a grim reminder of the horrors that wait in the depths of this forsaken place. You feel the hair on the back of your neck stand in, your heart's pounding in primal fear as you tread upon the threshold of something far more sinister than you can ever imagine. This ancient courtroom that, as you stand amongst the ancient gallows, there is like I said, there's the fireplace here. It is dimly lit. There is no fire, and you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 judges' seats in a semicircle, and behind those raised judges' seats, you can see row after row of courtroom seating.
Eight seats, just like the mural. I guess it's 1 seat for every person that helped create this place. They each got a seat on the Judgment Council.
What mural? This guy.
The mural in the other room with the demonic face. There was a devil holding the hand of a... There was a devil holding the hand of a phoenix, holding the hand of a mage, holding the hand of the elf, and the elf held the key out on one. Mommy will show you the outro bear video later, okay? She's doing the moon thing from the outro video I made with the moon, going the dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. I will cut this part out. 3:28. Okay, so only a minute. The mural had... The mural, it had a devil holding the hand of a phoenix, holding the hand of a mage, holding the hand of an elf, and the elf at the end had the key. And the devil was reaching outward, the devil woman from the other room was reaching outward towards the angel with the glaive. And the angel with the glaive was holding the hand of a noble, who was holding the hand of a scion, who was holding the hand of a human. So I'm guessing these 8 people that made the prison, and they're, I guess it's like a double metaphor, like they're the ones, these 8 people are the only way you're going to get out of here. They're the key to your release, so to speak, which I guess is why they're the 8 seats on the council to the judges' chambers, because you can't get a sentence hearing without all 8 of them agreeing, I assume. But I also think that thematically there's something where we actually have to go through the maelstrom maybe to get some actual physical key that is somehow related to the 4 groups, I guess. I mean, Mage, elf, devil I'm not sure about. Phoenix I'm not sure about. Angel can't do. But noble, scion, human, mage, and elf we can do. I don't know about the others. I don't know how we're going to get out of there if we need eight of those people too. I mean, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think a phoenix is going to just magically appear. Unless it's any winged creature that can be reborn, and then maybe Lavi might work. She's got wings. But it's all theoretical, but I'm hoping that something will just appear. Also, the devil had a face, and whenever I stuck the dagger in there, it obliterated, and I'll show him the dagger. They used to have like a dull point. It obliterated it, actually, instantly. So I'm glad I didn't stick my hand in there. When I left, it turned into my face.
Your face.
Yes, it shifted from the devil with the horns to my face.
There's a difference? And he just smiles. Lavi breaks that tense silence between you two, and she goes, "So after you went in the room, it turned into your face?"
Yes.
Do you think it does that to anyone who goes in the room?
I don't know. I was the only one to go in there. I mean, I guess if we had someone willing to try, we could test it out, but I'd like to not test it out, depending on what it does. I also had to put a coin in the floor, so I'm a little ominous about that, too.
So does that mean the last person to go in the room before you was a devil?
I guess so.
Oh, neat. Right, that's neat.
Also very foreboding about that it turned into my face and the coin thing, so I'm a little worried about that part, but it'll be okay in the end, I think. Hopefully. We'll see. It's a long way off from now.
Okay, so there's a mural with a bunch of strange people holding hands and a key.
2 keys.
2 keys.
One from heaven, one from hell. The devil line was holding 1 key at the end, and then yeah. I think we need 2 keys to get out, and I think you have to have the combined I think you have all of them to agree in order to get out, so to speak.
Ah.
For now, let's just solve the puzzle in this room and figure out what's going on here.
Okay, alright, we can do that. We're in a courtroom. Kalianna, you're the biggest criminal. Go stand in the gallows. I'll lock you in. That's not nice. No, and I don't know why she continues to do it either.
You pay me handsomely.
I do have handsome in droves.
I meant money, but I think that too.
Why is your heart going so fast?
Humans have fast heart rates. It's perfectly normal. We're in a high-stress environment with a lot of prison and death. It's very, very normal for this type of environment.
Oh, is that so? Is that it?
Yeah, completely. There's a lot of science journals on it, too. I'm sure there's pages that have studied this effect for ever, the heart rate going up with the, imprisonment and impending death. It's completely normal bodily reaction to the death and imprisonment and the fear of never being seen alive again. You know, there's that. Moving on, if we're done with the interrogation.
I mean, we are in the room for it, aren't we? Let me just lock you in those gallows and we'll figure out the rest of this puzzle, right? What's the statue have to do with it, archaeologist?
Moving on to the statue, as I walk away, you know, hoping to ignore all that comments he was making. I'm gonna go up to the statue. What is the statue? What is the statue doing? You said it's a salamander?
It looks like a salamander, a creature of elemental fire, and it has its hand extended out expectantly. Its face looks like that, smiling with its eyebrows up.
I think it wants something. That's usually the hand of I want something. Give me something. I gave it gold.
You have a key? Did you find a key too? Did you find the magic get out of here button that you haven't told us about?
No. Let's see. If I was fire, I mean, gold would just melt with fire eventually. That's how it's made. It's smelted. So not gold. We could give it fire.
I don't have any fire.
Well, the fireplace has fire, right?
The fireplace is currently unlit, but it is radiating light.
Well, let's light the fireplace and give it some of that. Yeah, that'll work. We'll try that. That's what we're supposed to do. And I'm gonna false confidently go and pretend that was the right answer and see what happens. Follow through with confidence.
So you go up to the fireplace. How are you lighting the fireplace?
Energy beam, and I choose fire.
You shoot a ray of fire and the fireplace goes up. A big roaring fire lights.
I really hope this doesn't backfire. And then I'm gonna, since I have my equipment, I'll grab a torch and light it with the fireplace fire, because you said it glowed before this. And then I will go and give the fire to the salamander.
So it just has an open hand like this. It's not like ready to hold a torch or nothing.
Let's try to set the fire in its hand.
When you do, you hear cracking and popping, and through the cracks and pops, light starts to glow, and it says something in a language that you don't speak, and then promptly moves and slithers off away from you into the fireplace. When it does, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
$19.
$19 will save as a fireball goes off. And explodes. You will save for half. There we go. So 16 cut in half to 8 points of fire damage. You still had 5 Tim.
Yeah, I did. I just dust off the ashes a little bit. Just.
And when it does, the wall that it was next to rumbles and shakes down, and you hear click clink, click clink, click clink. You hear the sound of gear starting to turn.
I think that did something. Well, if you guys are all right, we should go this way, and I will go that way through that door.
Hold on 1 second.
Okie dokie.
You notice that right here, a doorway has appeared next to the fireplace.
A secret door? I'm gonna go check it out. I'll go check it out right now. I'll be right back. I dropped my shoe back there, and I'll go back there and try to grab my shoe.
Knocked your socks off, huh?
Sure did. I wasn't even wearing socks, too. It's impressive.
The door opens, and immediately you feel something wash over you as a glyph lights up, and you are unaffected.
I'm gonna check for more glyphs before I go in. I would like another fireball to go off.
Well, that was the salamander disappearing into the fireplace with an explosion. I'm sorry, I thought I made that kind of clear.
Oh, okay. Then I will go into the room and look and see what's in here.
Inside this room, you see that it is spread with, much like on here, it is a desk with 6 seats. And these 6 seats, on the table, there is a number of what looks like map-making tools, cartographer's tools, and ruined old maps and notes. There are shelves upon shelves of scrolls, each of them so old that they would tatter at the touch. But there are hundreds of scrolls. And in here, there's a single patch of red moss. That's all neat. But what sticks out most, right down here, Kalianna, in the corner, do you see it?
Is that a box?
It is a big red button.
Oh no. Can I go up to it and check it out first before I touch it? Because I'm going to touch it. I want to, I want to check it out first, though.
So this big red button is on the ground, and it raises up about 10 inches out of the ground. It is a huge button. You would not be able to press this with a finger. This would be a stomp.
Once I check on it, though, I want to make sure that's not going to trigger a trap. I will, like, get ready and jump off the desk and, like, suplex the button, you know, like, to press it down. Like, I'm going to press this button. I want to make sure something's not going to floor trap me first or something.
Make an investigation check. This button is absolutely going to trigger something. It doesn't look like it's something in this room.
I do it. I push the button.
You get a running start and you jump on the button. And you hear as every door on this floor unlocks and opens. And then you hear a loud howl.
Is there a way to repress the button?
The floor is the button is into the floor.
As they're like, I'm like, oh man, this is as like the moment of realization dawns on her, she's like, yeah, I did it. All the doors are shit. She's like cussing, like crap, we gotta go, now. You know?
Kalianna.
I just grab anything important, just like run. It's like go run past Caius, grab his arm and start dragging him like we gotta go now.
Give me a second. Luckily, a good chunk of these doors were already unlocked. So you run up to Caius, who is looking at you incredulously. And you say, "We gotta grab the stuff, we gotta go now."
I found a button that unlocked all the doors. Or
was that 5 hours ago? But you come out and you see that you were in the first area where you first appeared, near your own cell. On this wall here, there are more of those scrolls.
Is this where the chest is that had the things poking out of it?
Yes.
I'm gonna grab it real quick. Put it in my backpack since I have my bag with me.
You got it. Are you running down where? You going straight to the maelstrom?
I gotta grab Opal and all our stuff first. That's my plan. I'm not leaving all my hard work behind.
So as you come around, you can see this thing sniffing at the door. It comes around the corner, starts sniffing out the door, looks at you, eyes blaze with fury. It lets out a howl. Roll initiative.
$13.
Real good you're immune to those traps.
These doors, were they like actual prison cells, some of these, or were they actually like a full door?
What do you mean?
I was wondering if I could like maybe trap one in and like teleport.
No, they're not bars, they're doors. They're big, thick doors. In a world where creatures can teleport to any point they see, they are very solid doors.
That's fair.
Because if your cell had bars, you would have teleported to any point you can see.
Sure. I mean, they did have a silent on their council, so I mean, they would know.
This thing looks at you and it howls. All three of you need to make a wisdom saving throw.
$13.
Ooh, 13. So you are frightened until the end of the Howler's next turn. While you're frightened in this way, you are incapacitated.
Ouch.
which, due to the lessons we learned, means you can take no actions. This thing then, defending its lunch, is going to run up.
Mama.
I'm lunch.
And it's going to multi-attack and make 2 bites. So it runs up to Kalianna. It has a 25 to hit you.
I don't have a reaction. I can't do nothing about that. I'm incapacitated too, right?
You are incapacitated. You don't have your reaction.
Nothing I can do about it.
So that's going to be 10 piercing and 47 points of psychic damage that you would take. However, you're standing next to Caius, who does have a reaction. Because he's particularly alert.
Good for him.
And he's going to use his reaction to interpose. And he's going to stand in front of that hit for you.
What is with him and self-sacrifice?
So it re-rolls the attack, and against him, he is going to use Defensive Duelist, which allows him to bump up his AC. And when it does, since if it causes the attack to miss, he can use, as part of the same reaction, make a swing, and he will, because a 25 will miss Caius. So he makes his roll. He gets a 12 to hit. 12 misses, but this thing does not hit Kalianna. Kalianna is incapacitated. You see the form of the little girl light up bright purple. And when it does, standing there instead is the dragon. And the dragon immediately lets out a line of force damage out of its breath. When it does, it cuts through this thing and crashes into the wall behind it. You see the stone getting torn asunder by this as it rolls a nat 1 on its dex save and will take 19 points of force damage. Caius' turn. Caius is going to dance around to right there, and he's going to attack. Twice? Yeah, I don't have action search. Attack twice. $19 will hit for 17 points of damage. A 13 will miss. The Howler rolls to recharge his ability and does not, so he's going to multi-attack. He's going to attack Caius once and Lavi once. That's a 22 to hit Lavi and a 22 to hit Caius. Caius has had a turn, so he is going to parry the blow again, and he gets to make an attack of opportunity for blocking it. A 16 will not hit as it cuts into this thing's rubbery flesh, and the blade just gets a little stuck. It doesn't even cut through. The 22, however, will hit Lavi for 8 points of piercing and 29 points of psychic. At the end of its turn, Kalianna, you are no longer frightened, and it is now your turn. You see your friends jump into the fray, immediately blasting and while doing this. You saw Caius interpose himself between the blow that would have downed you, throwing his blade out and the thing biting down on the sword before he twisted it out of the way and continued to dance his way around the side, cutting and cutting and cutting and cutting. What would you like to do?
I am going to, it's a bonus action, activate the Searing Smite Dagger, right?
It is, yeah.
I'm going to bonus action, activate the Searing Smite Dagger, and then I'm going to stab with it.
Go ahead and make your attack roll. If you hit, you add 2d6 necrotic.
And there's nowhere to move for flanking, right?
Next to Caius would give you flanking.
Let's do that. $22 to hit.
22 absolutely hits for 10 points of piercing and
10 necrotic.
Lavi's turn. Lavi will recharge her breath weapon at the end of her turn. She's going to lash out and bite. But a 15 will not connect against this thing as she bites out and gets stuck on the leathery flesh. Caius' turn.
I forgot I had alert.
Oh, that would have changed a lot.
Yeah, I've had alert.
I'll try and keep that in mind for next time. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It was one of the last feats. But it's down there. I took it when I got tough. Because I'm heroic.
Caius reaches out to cut this thing with a 21 and an 18. Both of those will cut true as he does 12 and 15 points of slashing damage to this creature. It doesn't seem like he's doing full damage.
Did my dagger?
What?
Did my dagger do full damage?
Yes, it did.
Interesting. Okay.
All right, after Caius is its turn. it does not recharge its mind-rending howl, so it's going to try and bite out at Caius, who keeps cutting into it twice. It's a 23 and a 24. So for the 23, Caius will raise his AC up. Let me see if that's for the round or for the attack. Alright, so that is for the attack. He will cause the first one to miss, and since it causes it to miss, he can make an attack with a finesse weapon against this as part of the same reaction, and he crits. Which is good because the second one's going to hit him for a boatload of damage. And my roll 20 crashed. Let's wait for that to load back up real quick.
Oh no, we're too powerful.
It's just a very big map. Your computer only has to worry about, the little bit that you can see. Mine has everything. With this in mind, I hope everybody watching this is enjoying the show, and give us a like and a subscribe in our continued battle against the big bad evil guy, the YouTube algorithm. Thank you. Alright, so that's going to be 40 points of damage to it on the crit. And then Caius will take 21 psychic and 6 piercing that cannot be resisted. But that is the Howler's turn. Kalianna, you're up.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm gonna attack with my dagger.
Roll 2d6. On the Howler's turn, he would have caught on death.
Oh, that's right.
It wouldn't be enough to kill him, but it's going to hurt him.
11. And that doesn't, and he's got and that's is that every turn, or how does that work?
I'll put the spell description up for Searing Spite here in a second. I believe it lasts until he saves against it.
I pulled it up. He's got to use an action to douse it.
That's what I thought. And this thing's stupid.
I'm going to stab it again, though, so I'll do dagger.
Could you roll that 2d6 as well, please?
For his turn, I already rolled it for his turn. It was a 11. It was a 6 and a 5.
All right, go ahead and roll your attack.
I critted advantage.
Nice. Oh, on your sneak attack, too. So this thing, you see as it launches and just with that weird mouth, latches onto Caius almost like a lamprey as soon as it bites. And when it does, you see that he starts to bleed from the nose and the ears and the eyes as you feel a surge of psychic energy come from this thing and pulse its way through him. Um, and he suddenly looks like a ghost of himself, and that fills you with a rage. And Lavendara nips at his heels, and when it does, it pulls a weak spot, and you start stabbing right at where the front leg meets the chest, aiming for the heart as best as you can, dealing 5, 10, and 5 is 15 points of damage with the first strike, and 4 with the second.
Yep, I just stab it, and then I just, as my main hand is up, I go from the second swing, just drop it, catch it into my other hand, and just immediately go in.
Lavendar is going to back up, and when she does, it provokes an attack of opportunity from the Howler. With a 16 to hit, it bounces off of her gemstone scales, and you see as she stands up on her rear legs and starts flapping her wings, and out of her hands comes this beam of energy as she gets a 19 to hit with Guiding Bolt for 18 radiant damage. And then she backs into place, charging forward, creating an opening for Caius, who is going to try and swing. Let's see how that turns out. The 25 and a 24, Caius will hit first with a siphon and then with the back end of his blade. He will heal himself for 10 and then deal 14, cut in half to 7 points of slashing damage. Oh, nice. So that's enough to do. So what happens, Kalianna, is you come around and you find that weak spot and you jam your dagger into that spot where the shoulder meets the meaty part. And Lavendara backs up, and this thing almost instinctively whips around, and when it does, you can hear the flesh tearing where you just stabbed it. It bites at Lavendara, but its movements are slowed from the wound before she blasts it with this light right in the face. And blinking, it turns around, and when it turns around, Caius reaches up a hand, and you see him draw out those waters of life that cover himself before he spins around and with a backswing just cuts from chest up to mouth, and this thing collapses over on its side.
Out of breath, I'll just go, see? I knew we could do it the whole time. We just needed the extra hands. And I just, kind of like we're all out of breath, like we're beat. The thing wasn't easy. I just like, it was fine. It was fine the whole time. We had it.
You can hear the sound of other undead starting to move and rise. You hear the sound of many chains starting to rattle.
I'm going to start gathering our chest and our opal and start making our way to the maelstrom.
You're going to have to make a lot of trips to do that.
Oh, crap. Caius, can you do more of that water thing where you freeze water and make it into something?
What?
A sled to carry all the stuff so we can jump in the maelstrom. We gotta get out of here. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
I'll use one of my silent restorations on him because I don't believe him.
Lavi says, "It bit me." It's not allowed to bite me.
Well, you sure showed it.
Unacceptable. Roll your D8.
Hey, plus my mod.
Okay, so 13 points.
My con mod's a 5.
That allows you to hit you. You're wanting to do the other power, right? Where you heal someone else?
Yeah, but I get to add my con modifier to the dice. It says for healing.
No.
Yeah, roll each die, add your constitution modifier to it.
That's the wrong power. That's not the right spell. That allows you to heal yourself by using an action to spend your hit dice.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull the other one up.
It's a D8 plus your intelligence. It's just like Cure Wounds.
Still plus
And it
5.
costs 1. Because you can't cast second level spells yet.
Oh, okay. Well, still plus 5 though, because it's my modifier's a 5.
That's what I said, 13.
Works for me.
And that puts him at full health. Completely unnecessary. Alright, so you said you want him to make a sled?
A sled or something we can put all the chests on.
He'll go over to the water diocese, and you see as actually, he doesn't have to. He's close enough. You see the water rise up out of the water dais and snake its way across the floor past you, forming into a large sled, including an opal seat with straps.
Perfect.
Who's pulling it?
I'll try.
It is well above your carry weight.
Bobby, do you mind giving me a hand with this, please?
Yes.
I'll give you some of it for your hoard as a donation, as tribute, if you help, please.
Roll a persuasion check.
One.
It's an advantage because of the bond you share. So a nat 20. She says, "This is beneath me." But she grabs onto the icy tendrils and will start to drag it. Where are you going?
The maelstrom, I want to get out of here. You said things are coming out. I'm out.
It creates a terrible, horrible noise of scraping across the ground. You think you can barely make out Caius saying something about your singing, but it's hard to hear.
Yep. I'm dragging to the help her drag it to the maelstrom.
You don't have to help her. I know her strength. Her carry capacity is ridiculous.
I know I'm not much of a help, but it would be more obligatory to her. She feels like she's not doing it alone. It's more for the camaraderie than it is the actual, I'm actually helping. Yeah, I'm moral support.
Yeah, she can pull over a ton.
Oh, I know. I just, I'm trying to feel helpful for her towards it. I know she can do this without me. I want her to feel encouraged and inspired that she's not in this alone, that we're a team kind of thing, and that I'm not making her do all the hard work by herself.
That she's not the pack mule that she feels like.
Yes, I don't want her to feel like that, so I'm going to help her, even though she's doing all the work. I want her to feel good. I don't want her to feel bad.
All right, as you get closer, you can feel the maelstrom pulling at you. The force of the water propelling you forward with bone-jarring force. The familiar sensation of falling is soon replaced by the sharp sting of pain as you collide with unforgiving stone walls, your body being battered and bruised by the relentless current. Down and down you plummet, your senses overwhelmed by the cacophony of rushing water and the sickening sensation of being tossed like rag dolls in a tempest. Sideways, tumbling, banging against the unyielding walls, you are all but powerless to resist the merciless pull of this abyss. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the chaos subsides. It is replaced by a searing heat that washes over you like a wave of molten fury. You find yourself in a chamber bathed in the shifting glow of magma, the air thick with the acrid scent of burning metal. Before you lies a forge works of unimaginable scales. You can see the rhythmic pulsation of its fiery heart from the Earth's molten core. This is both awe-inspiring and terrifying to you, a testament to the raw power of nature and the ingenuity of whoever it was that dared to harness it. Danger still lurks in the shadows, waiting to strike when you least expect it. You steer yourself over, ready for the trials ahead. Let me go ahead and change your map. I have to say, this is a ridiculous amount of treasure you're carrying with you.
I think character is Caius.
What?
Was that in character as Caius?
No.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I feel judgy. I feel judged. No, as a DM, look, you put us in a dungeon, and I can unlock all the doors. And I found a way to hold it all. Because I'm sure the original thing was, they're not going to be able to carry it. They'll have to pick and choose and load themselves down and blah, 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 blah. It's no, sled.
Shaped Water is a phenomenal cantrip. It reminds me of Minor Creation from Pathfinder.
Yes, it's so underrated. The things you can do with that is underrated. I'm taking all this with me. I am taking whoever locked me up here, and I'm taking all their crap. And I'm going to use it to fund weapons against them. The equivalency, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to make them pay for it too.
Yeah, right. So you fall out into this chamber, and when you do, you can see that the northern wall of this tunnel is lined with those spikes that are in a downward slope. You saw this in one room above, but these spikes are along the wall, and they go in sort of a downward slope. So you're careful not to set Opal on that, I hope.
Yes. Are you able to set her on the map so I can see? It's all black right now.
I already did once, I'm sorry.
Yep. There we go. Now I can see. Yep. I'm gonna.
But you can see that the walls have pickaxes stuck in them. You assume that this was some sort of mining operation. Maybe they forced the prisoners to mine.
Okay. Making a little bit more sense with the amethyst now, with the rocks and whatnot, gemstones. Okay. I'm gonna set Opal somewhere safe with the treasure, and leave it all here with her because it's kind of the same.
You have so many treasure chests. You could Cask of Amontillado her in by stacking treasure chests on top of each other.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna try to keep her safe as possible, and I'm gonna grab the stuff I need to go further in, so we can find a key to get out of here. Because we got to get one key from, I assume, down here. Because the maelstrom, I assume, leads down. Davy Jones's locker and whatnot is what I assume where maelstroms go, and then we got to find a way to go up, which I imagine is back the other hallway up the stairs that we never checked out. So I imagine it's that way.
It is a good assumption.
I'd rather go down before we go back up.
Christina's going to come back. She's just going to find her character being jumped by mimics.
Oh, man.
Because they're all incredibly clean chests.
She's going to be so paranoid.
I hate to break character like that. I'm sorry.
She's going to be so paranoid with the... I mean, she fought a mimic tower once, and she's going to be so paranoid. Alright, onward. I will lead. Can I stealth as we're going?
Sure. Go ahead and make your stealth check.
14. I'm going to check for traps on my way, too, if I can.
Lave starts singing. La 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 la.
22 on a perception check as I come around this bend to make sure there's no earthen maw traps.
None that you can see. They will catch up with you when you stop moving.
Do I see any more earthen maw traps?
Make your check. You do not. You continue around through these labyrinthine tunnels, and the only thing you can hear is the clanging of gearworks that seems to be coming from every direction.
It's very ominous.
Lobby says, "It's really hot down here." I like it. Stop.
So I see some things that would stop as soon as I start seeing things. And I would kind of motion for her to...
Motion for her to what?
To be quiet as I'm like, shh.
With an 8 on her stealth check, she looks at you and she goes, "Why are you putting your finger on your lip? You look stupid."
I figured that Caius gets in and like kind of crouches down, ready in the position with the sword drawn, and Bobby's like, "What are you doing? Why are you telling me to be quiet? What's going on?" You know, like...
So what you see another horse. This one's skeletal, and that green animating necromantic energy sparking between its bones and inside its chest cavity. Set upon this one, you see the rubbery flesh of an undead individual, long pointed ears. It has a tongue like venom that sticks down well to its belly button, dripping this viscous goo. And it looks at you with hungry eyes, and it is covered in severed hands. Like, what's his name? Shigaraki from My Hero Academia. He's covered in these severed hands, and he looks at you, and the horse spurs forward, charging towards you. Roll initiative.
Dun dun dun. Yeah, Tomura Shigaraki.
All right, so they roll up, and when they do, half of the hands launch themselves at you, the other half at Lavendara. You notice that there are 8 hands. So 4 at you, 4 at it. That's a nat 1, a 6, a 15, and a nat 1.
All best.
That's a 14, a nat 20, a 15, and a 17 against Lavi. So that's going to be 2 and 3. She'll take 5 points of damage from these hands. And then comes the horse kick and the ghoul itself. The ghoul is very, very stinky. That's an 18 to hit Kalianna with the hooves.
Mess.
And this ghoul is going to reach out and gets a nat 20 to hit Kalianna and a 13 to claw Kalianna.
Nat 20 will hit.
That'll be 16 points of piercing to you as this thing bites on you, and that tongue just slithers across you, sort of going down your neck and across your chest. Man, you rolled 17 initiative, 16 initiative? Wow.
I know, I rolled kind of low.
Caius' turn. Caius stands right here, and he's going to clap his hands with a mighty blow as he does an exhale of a blast of air. It's going to do 3d6 of thunder damage. With his bonus action, he's going to Guiding Winds that to add a little more. They have to make a dex save, DC 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then it's against... Yep, never mind. So the skeleton and the ghast have to make a dex. Skeleton saves, and the rider fails. The rider will take 16 points of thunder damage and get blown off his horse 5, 10 to the end of the effect, so 15 feet. You see as each of these little hands gets disintegrated.
Yay.
As even if they save for half, they're still going to die. And that is Caius' turn. Let's see. And then Kalianna and Lavendar will both heal for 16. There we go. Oh, hey, that brought you back up to full life.
Yeah, it did.
Kalianna, your turn.
I am going to 5, 10, 15, 20. And I'm going to swing that at the ghoul. Nat 20.
Oh, geez. So you run out to the ghoul and you go to stab at him with a nat 20 for 16 points of piercing damage. That's your action.
Bonus action stab with the dagger.
Go for it.
$19 hit.
So 19 to hit for 2. So Caius runs up and he sends forth this wave of rushing winds that wrap around you and reinvigorates you. And they sort of propel you forward as you ride these winds, accelerating past the warhorse and launching yourself down onto the ghoul, surprising him and stabbing him through the chest for a massive amount of damage before landing gracefully.
That'd be my turn.
Having an airbender on the team's really something.
That is.
This guy's going to use half his movement to mount that horse.
Does that provoke?
Nope.
That's, he goes out of my range, though.
Doesn't provoke for mounting. Because it's not considered movement. It's not considered willingly moving out of your square. Because he's mounting. It's in the rules.
That's weird. Okay.
He doesn't provoke for you either.
I don't have a horse.
Well, I mean, if you were nice to this horse, you might have a horse.
Is this a real horse or a skeletal horse?
Oh, it's absolutely a skeletal horse.
I don't want this horse.
Bro says that horse is ugly.
Smelly. I don't want to. Smelly.
So this horse before instinctively kicks out at you with a 24 to hit you, and then it's going to step up, and when it does, this gas pays zero attention to Caius and immediately lashes out at Lavendar with a 22 and a nat 20.
I would like to spend a side point to make the 24 miss. But, man, oh yeah, because it's a ghoul just like last time, so I'm just going to ignore Caius.
So she takes 8 points of slashing from the claw, and then 25 points of slashing from the bite. And she has to make a Constitution saving throw. She does save, so she's not paralyzed, but this thing runs up and just latches into her. And you see it's kind of leading with its mouth as it just bites into this little girl. Lavi is going to teach him the error of his ways and lets out a line of force. Oh, goodness. Oh, good. I was afraid the only line was going to be directly onto you. That would be a bad day for you. All right, so the skeleton, the horse fails and the rider succeeds for half. So 21 save for half. Lavi releases a mighty breath weapon. And she yells out, "Not the Draka!" and blows out this breath weapon. Caius is going to swing as much as he can. He's going to bonus action droplets, and then he's going to siphon. So that will be 7 points of necrotic damage to the rider. And Lavi will regain regains 18 hit points. Kalianna.
I'm going to move up in a flanking position. And repeat the same thing. I'm going to swing at the rapier as an action, bonus action dagger.
At?
The rider.
Okay.
I do not think I will.
But 12 is going to miss.
Which means I can't swing as a bonus action, right? Because I missed my attack.
No, you can still swing as a bonus action. And in fact, if you hit, your sneak attack will apply to it. You just still won't get your modifier to the damage.
18.
18 is going to hit, so it'll be 2 and 4, 6 points of damage to it.
I'll take it.
As you jump up, and when you do, you try to stab downwards with both, and it leans to the right to avoid the rapier, which sort of sticks down into the horse and through 2 of its ribs. But the other hand, your right hand comes down and digs into his thigh with that dagger, and he just glares at you. You're not affected by the poison at the start of his turn, and he's going to attack you for it. $17 and 24.
I will spend a 2 power points to make that miss.
You gain 5 hit points.
I had aid, so that'll put me at a back to aid level of 37.
Yep. So as he comes down with that bite, you bash it away, dodging out of the way. But that claw starts to, you can feel those claws dig into your side, and immediately, reflexively, you focus on iron and you turn your body to steel as you just hear the sound of nails on a chalkboard as he rubs them up the steel of your ribs. Lavi. Lavi recharges a breath weapon at the end of her turn. Or first, she got a mighty bad bite, so she's going to bite him back. At advantage for flanking.
Remember, she's got arcane jaws.
She does, and a 13 will hit for 7 and 9. She's not using it. So that's 15 points, 9 piercing and 7 force. As you see her, she just bites the head off of this thing, and she's going to use her bonus action to eat it. As Lavi eats the thing.
To each their own, I guess. Those are just kind of...
Yata Draka! Caius. Caius reaches out and slashes and siphons as best as he can, dealing enough damage, and you see the green energy sort of explode out in a harmless field of sparks as the skeleton hits the ground, lifeless once more.
Thus concludes the Den of Battle.
And you feel the din of battle fade.
Nice. If everyone's okay, I think we should keep exploring before we run into something else. Try to hurry and find a way out of here. Are you two okay?
Perfectly fine.
Fantastic.
Unstoppable. Lavi says, I keep getting wet. I keep getting splashed-y.
I've been trying to eat you.
What?
Them attacking you, they're trying to hurt you. It's not wet, I think it's...
No, Caius keeps splashing me with water.
Oh. He does that. That's normal.
Well, lead the way, Kalianna. You're the immortal one. And the archaeologist. Look at all these rocks for you to sniff for the next hour.
That's a good point. Can I look at these rocks and see if it was made by different people than the prison?
This is unworked stone. It wasn't made by anyone. This seems like it was a very hastily made mine. Doesn't seem very stable, and most of the support timbers seem very rotted and unstable. Glad you asked. Stop.
Oh no, Urban Maw.
In this corner, you see a perfectly clean chest.
I'd like to make a perception check or investigation check before I get closer to it to grab it.
Make an investigation check.
Unusually clean down here means ooze or trap. Oh no, that's a 9.
Seems fine. Though written on the top of it, you see, it says, trapped in locked chest.
I'm gonna go try to disable the trap and unlock it.
You see no trap.
Oh no.
Would you like to try again at disadvantage?
I'll try again at disadvantage.
It's probably a trick. They wrote trapped in lock, and that's the trap.
Yeah. You know, I have a lot of chests. Let's not push my luck. I can leave one, right? Right. Surely I can leave one chest and everything will be okay. I feel like my fingers are getting twitchy. I've read about dragon fever. I feel like I should not push my luck.
With Lavi, she sits there, she goes, ooh, a chest. Wait, why'd you stop? Open it.
Alright. I'll open it.
You open it?
Yeah, it's totally trapped.
Make a dex save.
Yeah, it's so trapped.
Lavi failed.
Nine.
You failed too. You both take 14 points of fire damage as it blows out fire across you.
Can I still open it?
The trap is triggered.
I open it.
It is locked.
I will try to unlock it.
Make a check. The lock seems partially melted by the fire trap. The DC is now higher.
I'm gonna add my PT dice to this, hopefully. Can I also add guidance to this as well?
Yes. Caius will cast guidance on you. All you had to do was ask for my guidance.
28 without a PT dice, so let me add my PT dice real quick.
Your PT dice shrinks to a D6, but with a 36, the chest opens. Twang!
Am I good or am I good? And I'll, what's in there?
The chest should talk to you.
Ah, okay. I will add it to Opal before I come back and try to find somewhere else to go in here, because this looks like a dead end.
Let me move you back to Opal then.
Alright, I'm gonna start making my way, trying to find somewhere to go. I'm gonna check in here first, clear this area out, make sure there's nothing else in here in this dead end area.
In here, you see 7 corpses that are missing their hands.
What kind of corpses are they? Dwarvish?
Skeletal.
Okay. I didn't know if by height, if I could tell if they were small or medium creatures.
They're medium creatures, and they're not stocky like dwarves. They could be human, they could be elf, they could be any humanoid race.
Nothing in here?
As you come down here, you see go a little further. A group of bright red crystals sticking out of the ground. They are glowing with some sort of energy. And it's almost like you can see fire or sparks inside of them, as well as a large chest.
I'm I would grab the chest and carefully not to disturb the other rocks, though. I think they might explode. So I'm going to be careful not to set them off.
When you go up to the chest, you take a step and you hear, I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, one way to set off all the traps is to disable them with my face, apparently.
You know, usually I get Unseen Servant to do all this.
22. You could have done that?
So you see that you will take 6 bludgeoning damage as a rock slams down on the ground over your head, almost crushing you. Not as bad as it could have been. Could have been 20. You take 6, but you're able to navigate and take the chest. On the back of the block, you see this liquid metal that melts and forms. It was the face of a devil, but now it is your face.
Okay, I'm gonna stack it with the rest and try to find the way we're supposed to go.
You gonna opal that one, man?
Yep.
Do you interact at all with the red crystals, or do you leave them be?
I'm gonna leave them be.
Lavi says, I'm too big to fit in there, but that sounded painful.
Yes, they explode.
Are you hurt?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Lavi says, yeah, boo-boo. It looks like someone said the magic word. A boo-boo. Continuing forward, you can see the glow of magma as you approach this area. It seems like you're on some abandoned minecart tracks. And as you approach the doorway, the archway in front of you can see that this room opens up. There is a statue on the right-hand side. It looks like an armored woman holding 2 swords mid-swing. And she has these blood-red feathered wings. The floor in this room, it is covered in perfect hexagonal tiles, and a toppled statue lies in the northwest corner of this room. All across the north end of this room, you see that the floor is covered with mud and iron blobs scattered. You can see that the track continues north, as well as there is a door on this side of the room. 2 large iron double doors, and over here you can see that there is a wall, and on that wall is a devil face made out of metal.
I'm gonna try to make my way to the double door. I'm gonna take 1 step forward and see what happens.
You want to head to the large double doors on the top right?
The ones over here, top left.
Okay. So you step into the room, and when you step into the room, the tile that you step on depresses about 3 inches. You can hear the sound of metal on metal.
This reminds me of the pacifier movie where it's like hop 3 times, roll on your back like you know the thing I'm talking about. It's the penguin dance thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, I'm gonna still focused on my nomadic step. I'm gonna bonus action teleport 10 feet towards the door and see what happens before I try to get to the door again.
So when you go there, a second that step also depresses down 3 inches,
Anything
and you hear the same sounds that get louder.
You go there?
So as you get there, that third step, it depresses, and the first step you stepped on raises up. And when that first step raises up, the light from the center of the room gets a little bit brighter.
And from there, I'm going to hop to the step and try not to press any more steps down.
You hop over up to this door, and on this door, you can see that it is a demonic face carved from that metal that you've seen so often. The mouth of this door is wide open, but there is no black darkness inside. Instead, what you see is that there is a depression shaped in a circle with strange markings on it. It looks like the inside of that mouth requires a circular key. And with that, I think we're just about at the end of what we're going to do today. I would like to thank my player, Rose. Rose, you've done a phenomenal job tearing through this dungeon, finding way too much treasure. An unsettling amount of treasure. I would like to thank anyone who's watched this all the way through. This is the Bear in the Moon Tavern. I am DM John, and this is our second episode of our inaugural series, Thronescapes, Chapter 1, Season 1, rather, Captives in Crowns. So, until the next time, enjoy the hearth, stay warm, have some nice drinks, and we'll see you the next time story time comes around. Bye, guys.